Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, common connoisseurs of fine common cardboard. Today is the first stream of the Common Connoisseurs in collaboration with the Tryhards. And today we're going to be working on Rona, Sheoldred's Faithful, to try and see if we can do a fine mimicry of Witherbloom Apprentice in the colors of Dimir. Hey there, Mizu-san. How you doing? Good to have you here today. All right. I'm going to take a moment to get everything in order here, as this is my first time in streaming mode here. We're going to be working out all the kinks here together, so stoked to have you here today. All right. And how are you doing today, Mizu? Excellent. Good, good. Well, I'm glad to have you here for even a little bit of time. Maybe you can catch the beginning and the end. We'll be here for a little bit. Yeah, glad you're sticking around. So we're going to wait for folks to trickle in here a little bit, but going to talk a little bit for viewers later on when it comes to the video of the day about what the goal of this content segment is, as well as future content segments. This Let's Build series is going to be essentially a series of collaborative efforts to construct competitive Pauper Commander decks to the best of our abilities as a community. And it's going to be super fun. We're going to be doing these every Monday. And in the future, folks, patrons will be able to vote on the next week's choice of Let's Build, which is going to get folks even more involved. So excellent. Noyark, our first patron of the channel here, has joined us in chat. Oh yeah, speedrun getting banned. Of course. Are you all able to hear me? Coming through loud and clear? Let's get some chill vibes in here. How about a little bit of music? There we go. Everybody hearing me just fine? Good. Mizu you can hear. Zach, good to have you here. Zach is a local legend here, the originator of the competitive build of Temur Sabertooth for Competitive Pauper Commander, and also a good friend of mine, local legend. Yeah, all right, cool. Well, we got a little bit of a squad here, so I think we're gonna just get her rolling. But of course, got to take a moment to salute you all. Cheers! Thank you for showing up to this first iteration of Let's Brew and for supporting the channel. So, to you. Oof. Most excellent. All right. So, when I Zach, now I need a drink. Yeah, dude. Yep. Pour one out. That's right. Yeah. So with this process, we're gonna go a little bit through how it is that I go about building my cPDH decks and decks in general, but as I've really pivoted towards focusing on Competitive Pauper Commander, I have a style of approaching these decks. We're going to learn, for those of you who don't, about the system I use for tagging, and we're going to kind of just go through this process together. So, talking a little bit about Rona and the story here, I originally was sort of the first builder of the competitive approach to Witherbloom Apprentice. And for those of you unfamiliar with Witherbloom Apprentice, it's 1 green, 1 black, human, might have another subtype. It's a 2/2 and it has Magecraft, which means every time we cast an instant or a sorcery, or we copy an instant or a sorcery, we're going to drain everybody for 1, and we're going to gain 1. And as we can see, Rona here does a really fine impression of Witherbloom with a couple of subtle differences. Namely that Rona is 4 mana, Rona is Dimir, Rona is a little bit bigger, and we're going to come back to why that's important. Rona does not gain us life. This is also very important. Rona also has built into her the ability to recur her from the graveyard as a means of evading the command tax. This is a discard mechanic. Discard 2 cards in addition to the cost to cast her from the graveyard. So starting from that last one, Witherbloom Apprentice is cheaper, so it's easier to recast, meaning it's less consequential if it dies. Rona, similarly, is a little bit more expensive, but then allows us to recast her without the command tax from the graveyard, which in my mind kind of balances out in the end. There's some things we can do with that discard mechanic potentially, pitching things into the graveyard that we can cast again from there that we might find appealing. We'll figure that out together. Puzzle box here. Papa, anytime a card says discard, is this a madness deck? That's an excellent question. In fact, I think really soon you all are going to see some content coming out from Gatorbait TV, one of the admins over at the Tryhards, who has their own approach to Rona that they've completed before this, and they've gone deep into the madness. I'm not entirely certain that that's the direction I want to take it. It might be too cute for what I'm looking to do. It might be really good, but we'll build it together and see what we can do. I think it depends on how good that spell is that we're madnessing in. The idea of madness spells being that oftentimes they're pretty bad to cast, and they're great to madness. Madness is also best when it's done with cards that aren't normally instant speed, and casting Rona is going to be sorcery speed with the discard mechanic, meaning that we're kind of going to be timing restricted on those madness spells to only sorcery speed, which I think is a big hit against playing madness in that context, but we'll just have to see. Now, to talk a little bit about other things about Rona that's going to be interesting, notably that Rona falls into this amazing sweet spot of being incredibly durable. And what I mean by that is that Rona is black. Black and blue. Blue's not really giving us a whole lot there. It does, in this case, make us vulnerable to Pyroblast and Red Elemental Blast. But being a black creature is going to essentially dodge a significant portion of black removal in the format. Being legendary, Rona will dodge Cast Down. Being black means she's also going to dodge Executioner's Capsule, Ghastly Demise, Snuff Out, and I think there's a variety of other ones I may be missing, but black removal tends to have that limitation on it. Of course, the classic Doomblade. So this is huge advantage. The other thing that makes her really durable is that she's 4 toughness, which means she's going to dodge a lot of bolt effects. Lightning Bolt, Frostbite, Fiery Impulse, Strangle. There's a whole bunch of them that she's going to dodge. So those are all things that are advantages over Witherbloom, where Witherbloom does die to all those things. And eventually with Witherbloom, you really do want to have an Opal Palace in play to continually buff Witherbloom up. So I'm going to take a chance to respond here. Mizu-san, 2 cards in hand is pretty super hidden cost, though. Don't mislead on that. Puzzle Box, I agree. I don't think this is a madness deck for very similar reasons. Yeah, Zach saying Flashback is also sweet with both of the Rona's abilities. I think Flashback is going to be very good. I think in particular, cards like Deep Analysis are going to look really awesome in this deck. We might even play cards like Think Twice. I have moved away from Think Twice in a lot of decks because it's just not terribly efficient mana-wise. But getting 2 triggers off of it, being able to pitch it into the graveyard and cast it again, those are things that we're looking to be interested in. Noyark saying include Entropic Eidolon and Enigma Eidolon for playtesting or Riot. Yeah, Noyark came up with some really interesting tech here. Entropic Eidolon and Enigma Eidolon both are cards that when they're in the graveyard, trigger when you cast a multicolored spell, and they bring them back to your hand. So theoretically, if you had Entropic Eidolon and Enigma Eidolon, you could discard them using Rona's ability and essentially be able to bring Rona back over and over again with no card disadvantage, which is powerful. However, the cards themselves suck. So we are memeing here with this. Icarus, does it matter Rona doesn't trigger off copies? It absolutely matters that Rona doesn't trigger off copies. In certain ways, the spells that we're going to be using for, the storm spells. So if we look up Storm and look at some of the things that we might be storming with Rona that might have actually worked with a copy clause, it's most likely to have been something like maybe Hindering Touch, although it's just such a bad spell. Temporal Fissure is a possibility. It's sorcery, though. And really, with Witherbloom, one of the things that some Witherbloom players will know is that sorcery speed storm means that we largely need to do it ourselves, which means we have to invest a lot of mana into producing that high storm count. This opens us up to be vulnerable to not having mana to be able to hold up to protect the thing that has Magecraft, which is why Chatterstorm left Witherbloom. Is just a good example. So really in this deck, it would have only been Reaping the Graves, which, as we will see, we're not going to go like full whole hog on instants and sorceries. We will play some creatures. So even then, Reaping the Graves wouldn't have been super good here. So, oh my god, so much chat. Yeah, the Eidolon play is spicy, Puzzle Box, definitely. Mizu, I didn't think about that triggering Pitched Rona. Yep. And then Buyback. Yeah, that's a great point, Mizu. And this is one of the things I originally thought was in Dimir, we get access to some really powerful buyback spells. So let's go and take a look at those as options here. I mean, like classics are like Capsize, which we're just going to add to the deck right away because this is very strong. Evankar's Justice is even more fabulous here than it is in Witherbloom, in part because it doesn't kill the Witherbloom, which is great. We can cast this into our Rona and not lose it. The damage that we take to ourselves does hurt a little bit more. Dimir does have a problem at times with keeping its life total high. In some ways, it doesn't need to play the black draw spells because it has the good blue draw spells. But a lot of the life gain effects are, they just don't do as much as we might want when we're trying to play a control deck. We have Lab Rats. This being a sorcery is not super hot, and really it's like 5 mana for a 1/1's pretty bad. Whispers of the Muse is very good, though. We will be playing this. So yeah, that's a good start there. Good points. Rona dodges IR. Yeah, Noyark with Basilica Screechers, absolutely. Yep. So let's start though before we get too lost in the sauce here. What we're gonna do is actually go and briefly look at Witherbloom Apprentice, because this deck doesn't build itself, but we can rely on the structure of Witherbloom, being that this, I think, is really wanting to be a hard control deck with maybe a combo element to it. And we'll talk about that in a little bit here, but let's see the cards that we might want to play here. We have the Storm cards, and this is listed in a combo section. The combo for Rona that seems to be the most appealing to me is simply having Peregrine Drake and Pneumatic Wall or Archaeomancer. And the reason for that is that we actually don't need to have a payoff, because our payoff is in the command zone. So if we have Ghostly Flicker, Peregrine Drake, and Pneumatic Wall, and we flicker them to make infinite mana, we can then cast Rona infinite times, and we can actually just combo kill the table. So I think that's where that's gonna sit. Yeah, Archaeo Snap High Tide, that's interesting as well. I am a little bit reticent to include too many powerful combos in this deck, because like Witherbloom, we want to possum. We don't want lots of attention from the table. And if we have combos in our deck, that gives people a reason to come after us even more. So that's something to think about. A couple of cards here that are noteworthy. We absolutely are going to play Crypt Rats. The Mass Edict effects are likely going to be very good. We may play Monarch as well. We'll have to see, depending on how good the card draw is. XRLY, better than Flicker combo, doesn't include Flicker combo if you're on Arc. Don't include Flicker combo if you're on Arco Snap. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, Snap might be good enough on in the deck on its own, just as a good card. Generally with combos, I like to stick with something that is going to be good at any stage of the game or reasonable at any stage of the game, while also potentially being a combo piece. Being able to recur instants and sorceries from the graveyard is very powerful in this deck. So I think that naturally we're going to want several Archaeomancer effects, potentially even like 3 of them. Tassiger's Cruelty is going to be excellent in the deck. Siphon Mind, Unnerve. This discard package works really, really well. Let's see, Noyark, there's potential to go heavy on Artifact Ramp, and a lot of Archaeomancers make use of the Dramatic Reversal. Ooh, that is really interesting, and we can actually get the Dramatic Reversal back with the Archaeomancers. Yeah, and you mentioned the Artifact Ramp, Noyark. One of the things we're going to notice here in Witherbloom is we have 35 lands, and we have 10 ramp spells. At times, this number has been higher, and if we could have more than 100 cards in the deck, I would probably consider running more than this. This is one of the major differences between Witherbloom and Rona as well, is that our ramp effects are coming out before Rona, and they also don't trigger Rona. However, as artifacts, we do get to do some other stuff. These artifacts are going to have powerful, replacement effects, like maybe drawing some cards in the late game. Things like Bonder's Ornament, Lantern are already in this deck, but they'll be in this one too. Honored Heirloom will be in there. So we'll get some added utility out them, but they won't trigger like Witherblooms do, which is a little bit of a bummer. Witherbloom does benefit from all of its spells largely just triggering Witherbloom. Incidental life gain and life drain is great. So, some notable differences too. We don't get Monvuli Acid Moss, which is a nice bit of tech there. We also lose Crop Rotation, which is sad. Crop Rotation is very powerful. Yeah, Noyark Heavy Ramp means casting Rona easy is easy mid game without big discard. Seems better late game when your control plan has taken a hold and taxes too much even with the ramp. Exactly. Yeah. So this deck is going to want to have like 10 ramp spells because we do want to get Rona out rapidly. We aren't going to be wedded to getting Rona out hyper quickly, and I'll show you why that is, because we're not going to lean completely into instants and sorceries. We are going to play to the board, but you're absolutely right, Noyark, we're going to want that. The removal suite, we have 16 removal spells here. We have 3 sweepers. We're going to play basically like a mirror image of this right here. Depending on what we find with it, Shred Memory may be interesting. This card is quite good. It's just a tutor spell while also having really relevant graveyard hate. So I'm not opposed to that, but it is going to depend on what we want to find with it. So yeah, and then these Edict effects, Miracle's Edict and Tyrant's Choice are new cards, relatively new cards that I'm very bullish on. Miracle's Edict being a mass edict half the time, that's going to trigger our Magecraft essentially, is going to be great. I've been happy with it. Tyrant's Choice. This card is really sneakily powerful. A lot of times people are going to say like, oh, this is a Punisher card and you're never going to get what you want. But think about this. It's a bit of like it's quite a dilemma. Players are going to have to decide whether they want to take 1 or 5. And if they choose not to take the damage, they can help deal with a problem on the table that they may not have the tools to deal with. So it's like there's a hammer and a stick. A stick and a carrot. In this case, the carrot being, you can help me get rid of something at the cost of one of your creatures. And the stick being, you lose 5. And in this deck, I think that is relevant. So a lot of times people will work with you to make Tyrant's Choice work. Zach, better card draw does mean you miss land drops. You miss less land drops. Absolutely. Yeah, that's huge. We do get really good card draw in these colors. Noyark Artifact Ramp Plan also gives the Cranial Plating threat. That is also a great reminder there. Puzzlebox says, I think Tyrant's Choice is pretty meta dependent. Yeah, it's possible. I think if you're oftentimes there is a single person at the table who has a difficult to remove threat and people are willing to pay that price on Tyrant's Choice to get rid of it. So it's not a card that I play immediately very often. It's something that I'll oftentimes hold until there's an advantageous time to cast it and to really present a good situation to the table. Okay, enough Witherbloom. I think we've got a good idea of what we're working with there. We are going to go to Rona here. So let's start off with some basics here. We're not leaving home without Counterspell because we're going to be playing Mana Rocks. We're going to play my favorite Counterspell, really, which is Dispersal Shield. 1 in a blue, counter target spell if its converted mana cost is 3 is less than or equal to the highest converted mana cost among permanents you control. You can hear me Freudian slipping on 3 because that's the average cost of most of my favorite Mana Rocks. So Dispersal Shield is almost always at its floor a little bit better than Prohibit, and oftentimes a lot more than Prohibit, and it's splashable. So yeah, Noyark 5 life is a lot. T-Choice is going to feel like Flesh Bag, but rebuys instance, yeah, exactly. So being able to reuse it is awesome. Jonathan Podkamorka, folks, welcome the GOAT. Pod is the one of the major leaders of the PDH Homebase, the largest PDH server on Discord, and is also a member of the RC. Glad to have you here, dude. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, Dispersal Shield I think is mostly just an amazing card. Arcane Denial is goated. We're probably going to play Dispel. We're going to look at cards like Lose Focus as a potential card. This is one of those places where, boy, if we just had the Replicate clause, oh, this would be so good. This would be so good. F in chat for Rona not having Magecraft, exactly. Yeah, it's big sad. Okay, other cards that we're looking at, we may play Prohibit. Yep. Let's see. I think Zach is going to hate me for this, but I think it makes sense in this context, on this particular context. And we're going to play the Ponder, Preordain, Brainstorm. Is this a heavy combo deck? Why so many counter spells? I think that's a reasonable question. The ability to play Witherbloom with access to counter spells is very powerful. We may not actually go super heavy into counter spells. I wouldn't say this is super heavy. This right here, this is actually a pretty reasonable, just a pretty reasonable start. Yeah, just being able to deny combos is going to be powerful. Also, protecting Rona is going to be good. Yeah, Zach, for sure. I figured you'd agree on this one. It's more Ambrose who would rage against the machine for playing cards like Ponder, Preordain, and Brainstorm in a control deck. However, in Rona, they're very cheap card selection. They're going to guarantee we hit what we want, and they're gonna get us that drain. So yeah, Puzzle Box definitely. I would think Pestilence control deck would work as well. As for a heavy combo, I would choose Vohar. Yeah, maybe we'll do Vohar another stream here. Let's start with the basics here. We're going to get Pestilence and Crypt Rats in here. These are just so powerful. These are going to go under Sweepers. You're going to notice when I'm doing this that I am actually going to double stack some effects, and we are going to 100% switch the printing on this because that is so filthy. I love it. I love it so much. We get our first black bordered old art version of this since what was it? Oh, actually, you might have been able to get them in French. Yeah, I mean, this art's very cool too, but oh man, somebody, I need to get a copy of that for sure. Please run positive card draw over the Ponder Suite. Those slots are not as impactful as card selection and -1 life. You need to have cards to discard if you want them. Yeah, absolutely. For those of you who don't know, there's a way to drag and drop them over onto the left side over here, and also to move them over like that. So yeah, there you go. I think we're going to keep the card selection spells in temporarily. If we find that we have higher impact cards that we want to run, we will absolutely do that. Okay, great. And then we're going to do Miracle's Edict. Let's see, Myrkuls. Miracle's Edict, Tyrant's Choice. There we go. These are going to go under... Oh, this is already under edicts. Great. And then we're going to have the classics like Defile, Cast Down. Actually, we're going to go for the Throat first. These are going to go under Removal. And we're going to do, as a Spellslinger deck, this actually might be a place for Ghastly Demise. I'm actually, I know it only hits non-black creatures, but the can't be the 1 mana and the ability to hit things, most things, is pretty dang good. So yeah, let me, I'm gonna open up really quick a separate instance of Moxfield here, just so that I can keep my Witherbloom close at hand and look at some of the cards we might have here. That I'm forgetting about. Yeah, we're gonna want our Tassiger's Cruelty. This is gonna be such a powerful card in this deck. To be quite honest, it's not the only Delve spell we're gonna run. Might seem funny, but in this meta right now, you cannot play like a reasonable game without some amount of like presence on the field, unless you're really trying to force a turbo win. So this card is going to be cheap. It's going to block. It's a 5/5 that doesn't die to most forms of removal. Let's see. So boom, and then this is going to be discard. We're probably also going to play Unnerve. These effects we might not lean fully into, but we'll see. Great, wow, 7 concurrent viewers. I'm so stoked. Thanks for joining today. What's the mass? Oh yeah, we've got Treasure Cruise. Thank you. Yeah, Death Rattle is also a card that I think is really underplayed. I'm glad you brought that. Oh wait, I just messed that up here. This one, what is going on here? Got some funkiness going on. And then this is going to be counter spells. It is not. Where's the other one? Treasure Cruise. Yeah, this one is not a counter spell. This is a card selection, card advantage. Great. Death Rattle. Yeah, this card is really powerful. Like, green is not a spell, or sorry, a color that you often, it's just not that frequently played in cPDH. And it can't be regenerated is also useful, because we are seeing some black decks doing regeneration things. It comes up occasionally, but generally this is just going to be a 1 mana removal spell. Okay, so we've got a good start here. It also has the worst win rate on the metagame analysis. Yeah, I think that doesn't surprise me entirely. I wouldn't leave green out. I think that there's a lot of really powerful tools they have in the meta right now. Crop rotation is really flexible. Being able to get back Edict creatures with Mortuary Mire or Witch's Cottage, or getting Opal Palace or Study Hall, or even getting like a one of the bounce lands to reuse one of your tech lands on the fall, like on your turn, is great. Moment's Peace is very powerful right now too in the initiative Monarch meta that we're seeing. So yeah, we're gonna play Deep Analysis without making any jokes. We could consider something like Portent, though the fact that it draws at the next turn is not that appealing to me. Let's go Honored Heirloom. We're just going to get our ramp package in there first and foremost. Bonder's Ornament is not a scam. Play it because I want to draw cards off of you. Rip fat puzzle box. Rip Fanatical Devotion. Awesome. Yeah. Okay. So we got a good start there. We may do Lantern of Revealing as well. Oops. Lantern of Revealing is a great card. Especially when we have powerful scry effects, when we have cards like Brainstorm, things of that nature, we can essentially like set up the top of our deck to have a land and then flip it into play, which is extraordinarily efficient. Okay, so we've got 32 cards here. We're also just going to fill the mana base in. I think we're going to be sitting at 35 lands. We're going to be probably a 50-50 split of blue and black. So let's just do 15. Well, let's do so like 17 island. I don't know that we'll need snow covered, but we'll just do it this way. And 18 swamp. I'm thinking 35 lands. Oh, I did it. 18 swamp. And then that's going to give us like a running guess on how much we want here. Noyark as Flicker combo deck. The more pressure you can place on graveyard interaction, the better. Either you generate value or the interaction is used. Delve that can hurt that type of value is going long. Trinket Mage package, maybe. So yeah, Trinket Mage and Dimir does find some really good stuff. Aether Spellbomb, Executioner's Capsule. I'm pretty big fan of Everflowing Chalice. However, in this particular deck, the fact that it's making colorless is kind of a pain. But it's so flexible. It's also finding us lands. Okay. I think this is, and we can flicker it, which is great as well. So we're also going to drop Trinket Mage in #tutor. Dahada's Ploy. Yeah, so Dahada's Ploy is draw 2, discard a card, and then gain life equal to the number of cards discarded this turn for 1 blue and a black, and then you can jumpstart it, I believe. That is definitely interesting as a life gain effect. I think let's put that in considering. Dahada's Ploy. This is a card, by the way, for those of you that don't know, that is really, really busted in 60 card Cycling Storm decks. You gain like 20 life off this thing. So let's drop this into considering for a moment. Suffocating Fumes for anti-aggro. Yeah, I think Suffocating Fumes is interesting. It's going to be 2 mana draw card. Oh yeah, Candlekeep Sage, of course. Candlekeep Sage is such a broken card. God. We might even choose to play the other background that allows us to look at cards every time we draw because of all the delve stuff we have. So I am going to throw in here Scion of Halaster. So command performance and stickers. Let's talk about stickers. Command performance is what's wrong? Type sticker. Am I missing? How am I supposed to look this up? Okay. So I don't know how to search for it. If one of you can figure out how to search for stickers, I thought it was type sticker. But if one of you can figure out how to do that, that would be great because we will look at those. Command performance is probably the best of the sticker cards. And there are some enticing options there, especially when paired with like Prize Wall. Oh yeah, no, I think Mizu that XRLY also Jonathan, is just trolling here. Command performance could do some really powerful things. Okay, we need to go more into removal here. So let me take a quick look at that. Yeah, we're gonna do, I think, feed the swarm. I'm not really stoked on playing this because the life drain is like, the life loss is like pretty significant in some cases. But it is just 2 mana kill anything. Yeah, command performance is good, Mizu. There are certain decks where it's broken, and there is one sticker that allows us to draw cards when we have Magecraft. Like Magecraft draw card, which is incredibly disgusting. Yep, so we've got Victim of Night, and we've got Grasp of Darkness. And yep, Jonathan, we got Defile. These are great. We probably play Doomblade. Let's see. Yeah, Snuff Out is also gonna be kind of mandatory in the deck, but we're gonna offset this, and I'm gonna show you guys how. Gray Merchant of Asphodel is a hell of a card. I think it's gonna work out. The plan that I have for this is actually to lean into some symmetrical life drain effects, because this is really all you have in black. It is this. You have like Corrupt, and you have Tendrils of Corruption as well, which we will play. Initiative and Monarch. Yeah, so Jonathan, I think the vibe here is definitely to go for something very heavy control. And in that case, the Initiative and the Monarch could work well. We have the best Initiative and Monarch cards in the entire format here. So I think that there's some credence to that. I'm not sure yet whether we will. The reoccurring resource advantage is really powerful, but in blue we already have like the most powerful draw spells. So they're just so good as it is. I think Tendrils of Corruption and Corrupt are going to start looking like really good here. Potentially, they're really expensive, but oh, you know what? For Corrupt, for those of you that don't know, has the dopest player rewards card. Yeah. Awesome. So these cards are removal, kind of. Yeah, Spinning Darkness could be really good here as well. Yep, I like that. Like that a lot. Tragic Slip is like activated pretty regularly just on its own by other people casting spells, so I like that. Can't leave home without this fucking card. Wow, $36 right now. That's crazy. Yeah, we'll get to the lands and all that in a little bit here. I'm not worried about forgetting those. So in terms of 2 mana spells, is there, like, we could get removal with Shred Memory, we could get a Mass Edict with Shred Memory, we could get Scion of Philaster, we could get a counter spell, but we're also going to just have Muddle the Mixture. So we already have kind of like a 2 mana tutor. I don't know that any of those things on their own are like so important that we need to like go find them. This is a good start here. We are going to want Echoing Truth. This is both removal and a sweeper. Okay. I know that we have better... Oh, Deprive. We might even play Tragic Lesson. O gain O life type creature. Yeah, Merchant Scroll is going to be great here. We might play Arrogant Outlaw as well. This one's going to be one to watch. Being a 3/2 instead of a 2/3 is a little less appealing, but it's trivial for us to trigger life loss. So I think this card could be potentially good. The place where this is bad is if we draw it in our opening hand, because then we're waiting a really long time to play this card. I don't know. I think this actually goes in considering. We have Diregraph Scavenger is actually really good. I like this card. 2/3 Death Touch, enters the battlefield, you exile a creature from a graveyard, which is often going to be an Edict creature or a combo card. And then if you exile a creature that way, then you're going to drain everybody for 2. So that's great. Malakir Blood Priest is 2 mana, drain 2 with Rona in play, because Rona's a wizard, which means that this is just more efficient than the other things you can do with that. But being a 2/1, that really sucks, actually. There's better things we can be playing here. Okay. Vampire Neonate's kind of like a mana sink of a sort. I think Vampire Sovereign is wildly underplayed. Like a 3/4 evasive creature that drains. It's only draining somebody, but it's gaining us 3 life along the way, and we can flicker it. So I think that's a good start there. Extort. Yes. So the best extort creatures, in my opinion, are actually Basilica Screecher, because it's evasive and cheap, and it can be played in a black splash deck. And then the other one is actually Orzhov or Basilica Guards, because it's a 1/4, blocks really well. And a lot of extort decks are actually kind of defensive. So I think we are going to play Syndicate Enforcer. This is one of the worst of them. It like dies to a Stiff Breeze. It's 4 mana, but I think that it's just good enough when we need to drain everybody. Like even gaining 3 life and draining everybody for 1 is quite powerful. And we are going to go way above 100 cards to start off with. We have Blood Tithe, Siphon Soul, and Siphon Life. Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you mentioned that. Shield Wall Sentinel. I'm going to be making a video on this soon, but Shield Wall Sentinel is like one of the most universally playable cards that's not a mana rock in all of cPDH. The number of things this finds is like astounding. And it's just a 1/3. It's an artifact. You can tap it for Network Terminal. It's really strong. In this deck, it's going to find Pneumatic Wall. Yeah, Prize Wall might go in the deck. Being a 2 mana 0/4 is really nice for being defensive, but it's super slow, but maybe that's just fine because we're a very slow deck. Yeah, I don't know. I don't hate it. The other card is Academy Wall, which is very strong. Yep, Zach's on it. We're of one mind here. Get it? Academy Wall. Let's just bite the bullet here. Bring in the Peregrine Drake. The Ghostly Flicker. You're going to see we're going to need to cut probably 25 cards by the time we're done. We could play Displace again, but that being said, I don't know how deeply we want to lean into the combo. I guess where the Displace is nice, having an extra one, is that we can always just flicker like a Gary, a Vampire Spawn. Yeah, we can actually flicker Edict creatures too. We have Fleshbag Marauder. We're going to have Chain Devil. We're going to have Slum Reaper. These are the best of them. These are going to go under our edicts here. These cards are just really powerful, and we want them in our deck. It's going to go under creatures. Now, some of you may be a little upset that I am double tagging some of these things. This is how my brain works with deck building, because I want to be able to see the total balance of cards in a certain effect. Yeah, very upset. I'm sure you're very triggered. I personally think it's the right way to do it. It just really helps me see where I might be lacking a certain kind of effect. And oftentimes there's a card that's going to run double duty, and we need to be able to see what that is doing. So I'm not certain that we need Suffocating Fumes. I think that against some of the decks that might prey on us, this card actually could be quite good. Yeah, actually, like your gut decks and stuff, this is pretty nice. Yeah, I don't hate it. We could even be playing something like Eyeblight's Ending, though. Actually, Eyeblight's Massacre. This used to be a meme in the PDH Homebase that every time I was looking up Eyeblight ending or talking about Eyeblight ending, I meant Massacre. Jonathan Pod, yeah, baby, that's right. That's right. That's right. Cheers to you. I actually think Eyeblight's Massacre is actually quite good here, isn't it? It's just like another sweeper that hits more things and doesn't kill our commander. These are all things that I like. You may not have caught, y'all may not have caught what I put in earlier, but Blood Tithe, Siphon Soul are two cards that I'm very interested in playing. Blood Tithe is everybody loses 4, and then I gain 9 if everybody's still in the game, which is like pretty game changing in a lot of cases, I think, in that it's going to keep us alive. This one's 1 mana less, but does only 2 damage, and it does damage instead of life gain. And then there's Siphon Life. I think we void the combo package if you're on all these burn spells. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. And I think, to your credit, Jonathan, there's a build of this deck that that could be combo control, or like control combo, maybe one of those, depending on how you're prioritizing it. And then another one that just really leans into the grind. Me personally, I'm a bit combo adverse. Dimir Houseguard for getting Pestilence, though. I think that Dimir Houseguard doesn't make it just because we have so many sweepers. Pestilence is really, really insane. I don't know. I'm not sure Pestilence is worth 7 mana in my mind, especially when I'm like telegraphing it and then I'm not able. If I have to tutor it up and then cast it, I probably don't have mana to use it, which means that I'm going to sit there, everybody knowing that I have a Pestilence in the hand, and then they come after me because I'm going to Pestilence their board. I don't think that that one is what I want. At 4 mana, though, we have to keep in mind that Dimir Houseguard also finds Siphon Mind. It finds Edict creatures. It finds Tendrils of Corruption. Finds Blood Tithe. There's a lot of things. It finds Extort. They should be coming after you anyways if they have the correct threat assessment. Interesting. Oh, because I have Pestilence in the deck. That's possible. I'm not sure. This one here, life gain. Man, actually our life gain package is really, really quite powerful here. I kind of like it. Shield Wall Sentinel is a tutor. This is going to go over to life gain. Vampire Southern into creatures. Peregrine Drake into creatures. What else we're missing? Creatures. The Pneumatic Wall is part of the combo, which we will put in the deck for the time being. Although I think it may not survive. We'll see. Oh, wait, did I just put that under creatures? Displace Ghostly Flicker? No. Okay, good. Life gain. This is starting to look a little bit like Viscopa. Okay. Prize Wall is creature. Academy Wall is a creature. This is going to be, let's see, card selection and card advantage. Pneumatic Wall, card selection, card advantage. Oop. Academy Wall. Okay. Great. Yeah, we've got a good start here. The Extort is starting to look a little bit not so great. Dry Spell. I'm not familiar with this card. No. That one we won't be playing. Yeah, okay, this is a good start. So the other thing we might want here too is like the 1 mana protection spells. That's a possibility too. See, like Gurmag Angler, actually maybe not super high importance because we have quite a few speed bumps in the deck, as it were. Extort is really strong. Extort is really strong. This is basically like getting to play Witherbloom if we get Basilica Screecher. So if we get Screecher out like on turn 2, then we get to start doing the Rona thing like right away. And that is actually exceptionally good. So Basilica Screecher, also going to go under life gain. A lot of this is incidental. We might be able to cut Corrupt and Tendrils because I don't know how consistently these are going to be like a high amount of damage. They're pretty slow. So I'm actually going to pull those for now. Syndicate Enforcer also can come down before Rona. I think that these are just good enough that we probably want them. Okay. So what else are we missing here? I think we really don't have enough draw yet. Let me pull up another deck here as well. You can always look up Sailor's Bane if you want. Yeah, so let's take a look at the flashback. Good catch there, Zach. What kind of stuff do we want to be doing with flashback? God, Coffin's Purge and Rotten Reunion are fabulous in this deck. Yeah. Mystical Teachings. We don't even have Merchant Scroll in the deck. Let's just throw this in for a moment. This is pretty expensive. Retrace. Yeah, so Pod, the card for Retrace that I was thinking of was Siphon Life, which is target player loses 2 and you gain 2, and then you can retrace that one over for 1 black. I think that we're going to want all of our lands, so those cards are going to be best like top decked in the late game. Oh god, yeah. There's a couple here. Foil, Snapback, Daze, Gush. I don't think Snapback is going to make it in the deck. That kind of card disadvantage is not something I'm super interested in. Although maybe we can support it. Yeah, it's possible. Definitely not Daze. Gush, though, is actually quite good. Forbidden Alchemy is not a card I've been very pleased with. Moan of the Unhallowed is interesting. We could consider that. Even I don't like Chainer's Edict that much, but not sure. We'll throw this one in considering. Oh yeah, we got to go and get Merchant Scroll in the deck too. Merchant Scroll is getting us what though? It's getting us. Oh, we also want Behold the Multiverse. because it is an instant speed big draw that we can find with Merchant Scroll. Merchant Scroll into Tutors. It gets you Flicker, that's right. It just depends on, you know, because you mentioned like maybe we aren't able to keep our combo if we go in this sort of like super grindy route, and if that's the case, then we need to think about what it's finding us. Counterspell, Capsize, Echoing Truth, Hold the Multiverse, Think Twice, Whispers of the Muse. Whispers of the Muse is starting to look a little goofy too. Am I wrong? I guess with the combo, it's a way to... Well, see, with the combo, if we make infinite mana, then we win anyways, and we don't need to draw our deck. We just flicker Rona infinitely. So... Oh, we need to get a lot more ramp in here too. It's probably Dimir. I like the lockets over the clue stone. Yeah, it'll never buy back. Yeah, I think you're not far from the truth there. I'm gonna throw that into considering. Yeah, I think that's a good catch. Dimir Locket. I think we do want to have some amount of like priority on, or sorry, not Dimir Locket, Dimir Signet. I think we do want to have some amount of like turn one land, turn 2 land into Dimir Signet or Arcane Signet or Felwar Stone into turn 3 Rona. I think that's pretty appealing to me. So we are going to play some amount of this. So Dimir Signet, Felwar Stone, Arcane Signet. We might want Decanter of Endless Rest or Endless Water for that infinite hand size, which is probably relevant in this deck. We need probably 2 more ramp spells. What am I missing? Oh, we also don't have Logic Knot in here right now. We got Memory Lapse, I'm not a huge fan of. We got Negate, which needs to get in there. And Negate probably comes in for Lose Focus. I've gotten a bit soft on Lose Focus lately. Mind Stone. You know, I think the fact that it doesn't make colored mana, Zach, is probably kills that card. Y'all can tell me if you think I'm wrong on that, but I think that it's a good card, but I think that with all the pips in this deck, we're gonna really want to, you know, with these complex mana requirements, to have colored sources. We could play Mana Leak as well. I think Mana Leak's a great card. Okay, that's about all for counter spells, I would think. Other effects that we might want. We have almost 50 instants and sorceries as it currently stands, which means that Augur of Bolas is only sometimes going to whiff. I kind of hate this card. Yeah. Too many counter... Jonathan, too many counter spells. I would have 5 at max. I think... yeah, maybe the counter spells are kind of like an oh shit button, and then generally we just rely on sweeping the board, removing things. For those of you who don't know, in cPDH, removal and counter spells are really close to the same thing. They do something a little bit differently, but you know, there is an element here of like how many reactive things or reactive things do we want to have in sort of removal versus like proactively stopping. I mean, this is reactive, but it's like preventing it from ever landing. And I think that there's some equity in that. Intervene may not make the cut here because it's cheap, but I wouldn't hate having 10 counter spells, but I could see going down to like, I don't know, 5. I think I'd probably want 8. But we'll just have to see here. We're at 112 cards. We need 2 more ramp spells. I don't know if Mona the Unhallowed is going to make it in here. It's great. It makes a lot of bodies. It gets 2 triggers. I really want to play this card in decks, but you will hate Prohibit when you're in a you know, I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. I often hate Prohibit. Yeah, Prohibit's really frustrating. Leaving 4 mana up is not a small thing. Yeah, we'll drop it in considering for now. I mean, these are kind of like the best of the counter spells, I would say. I'm not sure how good Dispel is going to be. I mean, Dispel is often quite good, but like most of these counter most things. So I do like that. Okay. We also have Honored Heirloom for Graveyard Hate. Trinket Mage is going to want to have us put a Nihil Spellbomb in the deck. And you're asking, Ryan, why aren't you playing Relic? Well, we have a lot of Delve. We've got Death Rattle. We have Gurmag Angler. We have Tasker's Cruelty. We have these creatures that we're bringing back. Initiative, it's broken. Actually, yeah, so Zach, you can see down at the bottom, we have 16 sorceries and 30 instants. So currently we're sitting at, so if you think about a deck having like 55, like 55, 58 non-land, non-ramp spells, of that, like 4 out of 5 of them are instants and sorceries, which means 4 out of 5 of our non-land, non-mana rock top decks and draws are going to be instants and sorceries-ish. That's pretty good. And initiative is broken. I agree. You're speaking. You're tempting me here. Initiative is also really disgusting with Flicker. So there's that. Man, I'm seeing a lot of reason for us to have initiative in here. These are just like big butts too. Like one of the things about Vicious Battle Rager is like, yeah, maybe your deck doesn't want to be the center of attention, but like Vicious Battle Rager is kind of like try me. It's like a 1/5 in black for 4 mana. And then it just goes and gets it back again, or they lose 5 life. So I think Vicious Battle Rager is quite good. Eric Cochran Sneak is also a 1/4. It's significantly less good. Supports the Drake Flicker combo. So with this deck, we don't need an outlet for the Drake Flicker combo, because all we need to do is make infinite mana, cast Rona infinite times or as many times as we need, and then flicker infinitely and get infinite drain triggers. So we don't need initiative to do that. Initiative is just like a good thing we can do. Yeah. Yeah, you can hit a combo piece off of Throne. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Definitely. And you only need, technically, like by the math, you only need 10 creatures in a deck for Throne of the Dead 3, which is the last stage of the initiative, or the Undercity. You only need 10 creatures in your deck to probably hit one creature off of Throne in any different, given setting. So, okay. We've got a pretty good selection of cards here. Moan of the Unhallowed is really cool, but like these other creatures are just like better, I think. I love the idea of being able to deploy threats that also trigger. This is one of the reasons why I run Trumpeting Herd and also Shadow Beast Sighting in Witherbloom Apprentice. So Moan of the Unhallowed does kind of do that. Which mana rocks am I missing, y'all? Help me out here. Gotta go take a look at Mayhem Devil. Mayhem Devil has all the rocks. We gotta go look and see what I'm missing. We're missing Commander Sphere. We're missing Network Terminal. Oh my god. Oh my god. I ought to be flogged for forgetting one of the Cuatros Amigos, Network Terminal, Lantern of Revealing, Honored Heirloom, and Bonder's Ornament. Like the best mana rocks in the format, other than the obvious Belwar Stone Arcane Signet. Yeah, and then Commander Sphere, I think is... yeah, we've already got Dimir Signet. And I'm starting to feel less and less like I care about Trinket Mage. It's flexible, but it's finding us like a pretty limited selection of things, and a lot of those things don't trigger Rona. So it's just like a good card. I don't think that's good enough in this deck, which means that we can cut Nihil Spellbomb because we've got all this other graveyard hate, which triggers Rona. So I know, Christopher, you're right. There's too many good rocks. There really are. Take out Prize Wall. It's for more of a grindy deck, not a combo deck. Well, I think we have to decide what we want to do, right? So let's think about what Ghostly Flicker and Displace are doing for us. We can flicker things like our commander just to protect it, which is great. We can do the really cheeky thing, which is to like cast one of these and then flicker it to get like a big sweeper, basically. We can flicker a lot of our like initiative. We can flicker Vampire Spawn. We can flicker Vampire Sovereign, Diregraph Scavenger. So flicker does feel very good. Even if you're not on combo, it's very slow. Yeah, I think Prize Wall is not going to make it. I think Prize Wall is... So Prize Wall... actually, we should go back and look at Prize Wall so you know what I'm talking about. Prize Wall is... let's go take a look at this card here. Prize Wall is 1 in a blue wall with Defender 0/4, which a 2-mana 0/4 is like already something that I'm pretty interested in control decks, because it's something that cheaply comes out and it can block things and protect our life total. 1 in a blue, get a ticket, and then 4 and a blue to tap it and put a sticker on a non-land permanent you control. Activate only as a sorcery. Like, there's a lot to dislike about this. The repeat source of tickets could be busted, but in this deck, the payoffs for tickets are less good. There's one insane one, which is where we grant Magecraft, draw a card, onto Rona, which clearly is very busted. But the best case scenario is you go Prize Wall on 2, turn 3, you hold 2 mana up, and then you generate a ticket at end step, and then you untap and you generate another ticket, and then you untap and you pay 4 and a blue to put a sticker, a 2-ticket sticker on something. That's turn 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4 turns to do what Command Performance does. Not that sexy. Not that sexy. We are getting pinched a little bit here between the desire to be a control deck with all this removal and the desire and the sweepers and the edicts and the desire to do combo things. It does, the math gets a lot more simple if we don't have the combo in here, and then we're just kind of like dirtling, drawing cards, draining, gaining life, killing things, sweeping. This is where this deck is going to, I'm going to split it in two here, okay? So we're going to duplicate this, and this is going to be the combo control version of it, is going to be the duplicate. And then the one that we're on currently, the this one here, I think that's it. Yeah. Okay, this one here is just going to be control. So let's just do that, and let's take out all this stuff here. But man, it just fits so well, doesn't it? Because we want to be casting Pneumatic Wall and Archaeomancer anyways. Okay, well, let's just see how it works. So let's do Archaeomancer. Let's see, Archaeo. It's got a funny spelling to it. Archaeomancer. Maybe there really just is one build of this deck. I mean, obviously there's different ways to build it, but like these cards are so good on their own that like not playing Flicker seems kind of like a miss. Yeah, you know what, Jonathan, I think actually that we are going to lean into the combo here. Yeah, I think I'm feeling compelled to include a combo in here. And I think that's going to mean that Moan of the Unhallowed is going to have to come out, even though I like it a lot. We have a lot of this stuff here. We have 14 cards to cut. This is where the rubber meets the pavement. Maybe we cut something like Dispel. Maybe we cut something like Dispel. Because it's less flexible? I don't know. We are kind of at this tough juncture here. What cards suck? Protects the combo turn. It does. Yeah, so in this combo variant, we probably do want Dispel. It's a good point. Well, what do we have that's bad? Like Suffocating Fumes is interesting, but I worry about this card. I think that this is like a meta killer kind of a card. It's an instant, which is really nice, and it cycles for 2, which are probably like, the cycling for 2 is probably its biggest saving grace. But this is hitting like kind of a narrow range of things that all of my other sweepers like do anyways, for like in like almost better. I think this one is going to go into considering for the moment. Syndicate Enforcer is starting to look kind of bad, because even though it's extort and that's really powerful, it's also just like 4 mana 3/2 is so bad. Yeah, no. Okay, let's look at Spinning Darkness. This card is such a pain in the ass to have in the deck, but you know, we are mostly black. So like removal spells in the graveyard. Man, we haven't even added some of like the best black draw spells either. Like just your like Night's Whisper. I don't know that we need to put Night's Whisper in the deck, because we're already like drawing cards really well in blue, and we don't need to take the damage. I'm pretty confident on this selection of cards right here. What cards are bad here? Do you have any other? If you're choosing combo, then Brain Spoil is a must to get Drake. Yeah, I hear your rationale on that. What's that turn look like? It's an 8 mana. Brain Spoil is a kill spell. It's a pretty bad kill spell. But Brain Spoil. Should put it in considering at the very least. Oh, we also have Mystical Teachings in the deck right now, which, you know, we could like talk about that. It's pretty sweet. A little expensive though. It's like even more expensive than Transmute, while like not having another effect. Yeah, Dimir Houseguard is definitely gaining equity in this particular deck, I have to admit. Yeah. Okay, let's throw it in. I have to admit, I'm concerned in this Dimir deck about becoming like enemy number one, with like this much room dedicated to combo, you know. But it's very powerful in the deck. It's definitely true. We don't have a ton of ways to get rid of an oubliette. I am seeing. Oh gosh, Unstable Obelisk probably needs to be in this deck, right? Like this card is so strong. Then we can cut one of these. Probably Dimir Locket, or maybe Decanter. Decanter seems probably like the cut, because Commander Sphere you can like draw a card off of it. Yeah, it makes colorless, which I really hate, but like this card just says like don't put oubliette on my commander, and that's awesome. So maybe Scion of Halaster isn't good enough. I'm not sure that Academy Wall is very powerful. We have 13 cards to cut. Well, I don't think that that's entirely true. We have to remember that this is always like, multiplayer games are a social game, and people have to like make decisions about who they come after based on who they think is likely gonna, who they think is likely going to win in any particular moment, and making your deck. Here's the thing. When you say making your deck less powerful, I think that there's an element of making your deck, what you're talking about is making your deck bad so that you don't get attacked. I don't think that's the case though. I think that the possum equity that you get from being a deck that can't kill the table all at once, all like right at one time, is pretty enormous. And that time that it can grant you is oftentimes what a control deck really wants. No, it doesn't. But when we're talking about not including good cards, that's a bit of a misnomer, because we're playing other good cards instead of the combo cards. And those combo cards are oftentimes like very dead when we aren't comboing, which isn't fantastic. In this case, I think the combo cards are just like very good. like at all times of the game. So I think that's where we're seeing that pinch. So like aside from this specific deck, I think that there's something to be said for, in this deck, it's just saying like Displace and Ghostly Flicker, we can use those all stages of the game, whether it's a Shield Wall Sentinel to go find something else, or a Diregraph Scavenger to exile something from a graveyard, or a Gray Merchant, or even just protecting our commander. They're just fine cards, right? And I think that's where I am leaning towards the combo version of this. But specifically as it goes towards like this sort of possum equity versus like going full combo, it really like has a lot to do with how cPDH, how fast people win in cPDH. And a lot of times a control deck like this can win simply by not losing. Meaning it will get to a win. Like we have a very clear set of win conditions. We have Gray Merchants, we have Blood Tithes, we have, you know, Rona just casting a bunch of spells, but it doesn't need to happen super quickly. The tension that we're seeing here is that the combo just slots into the deck so damn well. So I don't disagree, Jonathan, that the deck is wants to go that direction. Zach said, cards that take your whole turn don't affect the board and then make you the person that has to be answered aren't necessarily powerful. Yeah, I think that yeah, you have a degree. So yeah, to your point, Zach, like that would definitely be the case if the combo cards didn't affect the board. But they do in this case, which does change the math. But like Witherbloom Apprentice, for example, you know, we have like soft combos in the deck. And this deck has soft combos too. Like, you know, you soft combos is in like, yeah, you just like, you know, these cards like do big chunks of damage. Mizu, you have a degree of inescapability. If the game goes long, we will win. Yeah, and that's exactly it. Like I've had a lot of success with Witherbloom Apprentice with that same philosophy. It's like, you know, we're just gonna grind like unbelievably hard. We're gonna draw a lot of cards. We're gonna, you know, try to avoid attention, and then at some point maybe we're able to deploy a sweeper, clear the board, and then land like an initiative or the Monarch card, and then just kind of like go ham after that. Ghostly Flicker with Merchant and Archaeomancer is juicy. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I fully agree. And they're just like getting instants and sorceries back that we want anyways. It's like really nice. Okay. Yeah, we're at a bit of a tough spot here. Like, what do we, like, hypothetically, if we cut Peregrine Drake, Ghostly Flicker, and Displace, and then we cut Mystical Teachings, Merchant Scroll, Brain Spoil, that gets us really close to like 100 cards. Yeah, this could be a burn deck. That is exactly like kind of how I went into this thinking. Yeah, so let's do this exercise again here. We're gonna go and we're gonna delete the yeah, delete that one. We go under here. Okay. So let's just oops. Yeah, I deleted the wrong one. Huh. That was unfortunate. Unstable obelisk. F in chat for misclicks. Okay, cool. Endless Water comes out. Thorn of the Black Rose and the creatures. Yeah, we're gonna have to go back and redo some of this stuff here. But yeah, so if we don't have, yeah, spells to close the game out, that could be true. I'm also just not sure like how much we need to close the game out. Like I think what I found in Witherbloom Apprentice was like there's just never like there's no rush. Just slow down. Slow down. And look, you're sitting there with a bunch of cards in hand and your opponents are on the back foot because you've been drawing cards and you got all this value going and you're draining them and you've got a life advantage. They can always concede. They can always concede. Just know that that is an option. So let's just cut Mystical Teachings and cut Merchant Scroll and cut Suffocating Fumes. Yeah, that gets us nice and low here. Yeah, that's the thing, man. It's like Flickering Merchant or Vampire Spawn is just like so gross. So here's the other option we could think about, and that is that maybe this deck doesn't even need tutors to find the combo cards. Like, I'm not hugely bullish on like tutors in this format in general. They're very expensive. Yep, Rule 104.2a. A player may concede the game at any time. Yep. Do you ever put in rocks that draw in card advantage? Yeah, you know me, man. I'm all about it. Like, all of these rocks here have some sort of effect. Oh, yeah. I see. Do you ever organize the rocks by tags that draw in card advantage? Yeah, I do. And I actually hadn't done it this time around, but Bonder's Ornament, Network Terminal, and Lantern of Revealing I usually put in there. That being said, like Dimir Locket and Commander Sphere aren't really cards that I consider card advantage usually, because they're not cards that I'm playing for that purpose. Like, I'm playing them to ramp, and then in a pinch I can sack them if I've got a lot of lands. I ended up cutting my tutors. They're expensive. They do nothing to impact the board. We have all the time to sit there and just draw cards. Yeah, I think this is like... So then let's think about it this way. What if... I know I'm going back up cards. What if we just have this thing here and we just stumble into the combo? What if we just stumble into the combo? I mean, is it possible that we just don't play Peregrine Drake? Because the combo relies on 3 cards. Like, Ghostly Flicker and Displace are probably just like decent. I don't know. All right, yeah, we'll do 2 different builds here. All right, so this is just going to be the hard control, which means we probably could cut a counter spell. Like, is Muddle the Mixture? Like, what is it finding that we really want? I don't think Scion of Halaster is hugely important to me. Yeah, stumble into it with your inevitability and card draw packages. Yeah, I think so. That is the playstyle that I am most comfortable with, admittedly. So I am playing to what I'm, what I like to do with this. I think it's time for another drink, huh? Yeah, I think so. And we're back. All right. Wow. We have 10 people watching right now. I just want to take a moment and thank you all for showing up today for the stream, participating in chat, being you. Thank you for thanks for being here on this first one. This is quite the gift. My birthday was this weekend, so this is really fun to have you all here with me today. Prost. Skål! Salud! Okay. We have some talk about some free spells. Oh, thank you, Zach. Got the big 31 up in here. Okay, 107. We gotta cut some cards. We just gotta do it. How are we going to do that? Let's see. We could go... Maybe Vampire Sovereign isn't good enough because it only hits one player. Maybe Moan of the Unhallowed. This is a card that I cut out before. What is y'all's opinion on... No, Academy Wall is so good. 30, flirty, and fun. Oh my god. Mr. Chewy. Oh my god. Somebody give this man a cookie. This is... Hey, Dallas Peterson, welcome. Glad to have you here. And welcome to the stream. I see we have a fellow connoisseur of fine common cardboard with our friend Dallas here. Yeah. Okay. I am at a loss as to what I am supposed to cut now. I need help. Okay? Like, we're into our second drink, and this is largely going to be very difficult for me to make cuts. If you all have seen the other videos I did, some of the Let's Build with Ambrose for Balmore Battle Mage, like half an hour of the video was dedicated to like us hemming and hawing over like the last like 5 cuts. It's so brutal. Is Gurmag Angler something we need? It's a great body. $10 mana rocks, 35 mana sources. Let's sometimes when I get stuck, I'll find that it's actually best to just sort of like pivot onto something else and think about something else. So let's do Mystic Sanctuary. Yeah, if Flicker is out, I don't like the small chunk ETB creatures as much. I hear that. So Zach, imagine the ETB creatures as being like, there's a drain that's convenient. It's not really why we're playing them. We're gaining life, and then they're blocking, and they're being a roadblock. They're like disincentivizing aggro and things like that. So I think that they represent more than just a small life bump, and that's why I like them. I never really intended to flicker them anyways. What about Unnerve and Cruelty? I don't think we have enough discard effects to consider them. You know, Unnerve and Cruelty are just so good. Tassiger's Cruelty in particular is like, it's like a busted black spell. But Unnerve, maybe there's an argument for Unnerve. Unnerve might be too much. I mean, Unnerve is a very powerful effect too. Like 4 mana to steal 6 cards out of your opponent's hands is like really strong. But okay, yeah, we're gonna move on to the mana base while you all kind of think over what needs to come out of this deck. We have 18 creatures, so Witch's Cottage is probably in. Witches, yeah. And Command Tower. I don't think we need to play Opal Palace because I don't think that oftentimes we're going to recast Rona from the yard. Or no, sometimes we'll cast Rona from the yard, and in that case we're not getting the value off Opal Palace. And Rona also doesn't die as much as Witherbloom, so I don't think we need that one. Path of Ancestry, though, has some nice value with the other wizards and humans in the deck. So I kind of dig that. What other lands would we want in black and in blue? I don't think I want the cycling lands. We have Mystic Sanctuary. Oh, For Defile, we will want contaminated aquifer, and we'll want ice tunnel. Waterfront district. Yes. Waterfront district, evolving wilds. We have enough graveyard stuff that the terramorphic so waterfront district, the bounce land, so Dimir, what's it called? Oh, I'm forgetting it. But yeah, the bounce land, maybe the SNC fetches. Yep, I think the fetch is good. I'm not on PC ATM or at the moment. How many tap lands do you have? I max around 10 usually. Yeah, Dallas, I think that's a good target. So like 35 lands is like 35 lands is like a good target. And I oftentimes shoot to have like over 2/3 of my stuff come into play untapped. Aqueduct, yeah. I think Aqueduct is actually quite nice here. Being able to reuse some of these things is powerful. Waterfront District is 4 mana draw card. Oh, I don't think this makes the cut. I understand where you're going with that though. So you can see we are, let's see, we are mostly black actually. So we want to, oops, 35. So yeah, we got terramorphic, evolving. Where's the other one? What is it? It would be Obscura. The newer full art Aqueduct looks cool too. Oh yeah, yeah. SNC. What is SNC? We also have the, oh, I can never remember it. It's the Grixis from the Capenna Waterfront and Scaretiller. Now Mizu's going straight into the memes. Let's see. We want Obscura Storefront and Maestros Theater. That's it. I think somebody probably just said that in chat while I was looking away. Yeah. Maestros Theater. Okay. So now we are getting a little bit lean on untapped lands. 1, 12, 13, 25, 26. 26 untapped lands. That's fine. Yeah, Obscura and Maestros. Island or Swamp, yeah. These also gain life, which is relevant. We could also consider playing the Dimir life gain one. Yeah, I think so. Because we are a control deck, we can skim a little bit on that. Don't want to go too hard. We do want to make our land drops in reasonable time. Boy, yeah, we are tough. Let's just cut the Unnerve. I don't think that's going to find a home here. The Edicts are great. We could choose to only play one of these. They're so good, though. They're so good. Diregraph Scavenger is quite nice, but as a death touch creature. that also drains everybody and potentially exiles something important. But it's kind of like a more expensive vampire spawn. So there's that. Maybe we cut some counter spells. Like, what is Muddle the Mixture actually doing in this deck, though? Is Muddle the Mixture worse than Mana Leak? Like, maybe we don't actually want that many counter spells. Maybe we want like a small package of them so that when somebody goes to combo, we like have a counter spell. Yeah. I think, Jonathan, you pointed out earlier that, you know, maybe we don't want a lot of counter spells in this deck, and I think you're actually right. I think Muddle the Mixture probably is what goes. Look at that, we're at 103 cards. We are so dang close to being at what we're looking for. We don't have Snap. Don't have Snap in the deck. We have Shield Wall Sentinel, which is finding us Academy Wall or Pneumatic Wall, but I think that's it. Let me take a look at my... I have a package. It's not public yet, but I have a package that has all the things you can find with Shield Wall Sentinel. And let's see. So Pneumatic Wall, Secret Door. Secret Door is kind of interesting. Drift of Phantasms for a combo deck is where Shield Wall Sentinel is really good, because you can tutor up Drift of Phantasms if you really needed to like go for a Ghostly Flicker kind of thing. But other than that, we do have like Cemetery Gate, which is interesting. Because Cemetery Gate's a 1 and a black, protection from black, 0/5 defender, which allows you to keep your Pestilence in play indefinitely. Maybe Gurmag Angler is getting too cute. It's just so thick. Yeah, we're at the pinch point. I don't know, squad. I don't know what else to cut. Maybe we go down to 9 ramp spells. I think we do want... Yeah. That's another combo line for sure. Trinket Mage, get Expedition Map, find your Mystic Sanctuary. The thing you can do. I don't have my signature Boomerang in here, sadly. Maybe Think Twice is not good. We have 37 instants and sorceries right now in the deck, which is I think that's actually quite a bit less than Witherbloom. Yeah, Witherbloom has 47. This one has 37, which is like a lot less. But we're playing things. Yeah, Expedition Map to find Mystic Sanctuary is something that we're not going to do in this deck, because this particular approach we're taking is just like a grindy control deck. Mystic Sanctuary is good, but it's like not worth the slot if we're not doing like combo stuff with Ghostly Flicker and something like that. Yeah. I really like Vampire Sovereign, but this might end up just not being good enough. I think that it's probably not good enough. 14 removal spells, 7 counter spells. So like in terms of removal, we have 19 pieces of removal, plus, so we have 24, so a quarter of our spells are removal. Pretty good. Pretty good. Let's take this deck for a little spin in Moxfield playtest here, and just see how our opening hands look. Oh, you all won't be able to see my hand, so let me go back to go to deck tech so you can see most of what I've got. So yeah, this is like a pretty reasonable hand. We have two lands here, oubliette. Let's just play it out. So we go Ice Tunnel, draw. Probably we want to hit a 3-mana rock, so we're gonna play this one and get the swamp into play, shuffle, and then draw. Plains. So like we could deploy potentially 2 kill spells here, Doomblade and Ghastly Demise, or like early oubliette on something. So yeah, like I think in this case we probably do something like end of turn, we pass turn, end of turn, we like Doomblade something, and then we Ghastly Demise something to clear out any counter spells. We like bait the blue player, and then draw, and then we probably just land our Rona. Hopefully it doesn't die. And already I'm feeling like we don't have any counter magic to protect Rona, which doesn't feel very good. Like we've got these things in the graveyard that we can get back with Pneumatic Wall, which we might need to just do because we want to block her up. Maybe we get back Doomblade, because it's the less conditional one. This hand feels a lot better with a counterspell in it, which makes me think that maybe we need to have more counterspells in the deck. But I'd hate to be the blue player who just dies to a bunch of aggro with counterspells in hand. I think in this case we probably just go Tyrant's Choice and then oubliette. Draw. Pestilence is interesting. Yeah, this hand hasn't been phenomenal. I think we would want a mulligan for like a mana rock. This one's interesting. We have Academy Wall, just 2 lands in our opener, and a lot of spells that we can cast. And actually the Academy Wall plus Gurmag Angler is nice, but we have no mana rock. This one is blue, Lantern, and then a bunch of black spells. It's not great. That's kind of brutal. So we have 10 mana rocks in the deck, right? Like what's the deal? Okay. So something like this, for example, might be a good representation. So we go probably wanting to do Obscura Storefront for an island. Obviously drawing. And then we play, just Dimir Aqueduct. Oh, I guess that kind of makes us discard. So just play that, draw, play these 2, tap it or lock it, and then probably don't have anything to do at end step. Play this. So with 5 mana available, maybe we want to be just like casting Rona and then playing Aqueduct to bounce. We pass turn, swamp into like Siphon Soul, holding up Ghastly Demise. Sure, let's just do it. We do that. Siphon Soul. No, we didn't cut to 100, so that's probably why I'm not drawing as many lands as I want in the first couple times I did it. But that is just fine. We need to... Oh, initiative. Broken cards are broken. So something like this. We have black cards. We just have 2 black cards in here, so Spinning Darkness isn't on yet. And we can't cast this yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not enough. We'll pass. This is assuming this stuff didn't die. We probably go Scry 2. So Scry these 2. And we probably keep this on top, draw that. We go into the second stage of the dungeon. Turn 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We play the Dimir Aqueduct, so that makes sense. There's a little bit of weird tension between like Spinning Darkness, Treasure Cruise, and Pneumatic Ball right here. Yeah, let's go back real quick and let's create a poll for which card to cut. Too many Delph pieces. Yeah, Tassiger's Cruelty, Gurmag Angler, Logic Knot, Spinning Darkness, Death Rattle. That's too many. Yeah, that's too many. So, is it Gurmy? Is it Gurmy? The question is it cutting Gurmag Angler? Is that what's happening? That would take us down to 14 creatures. 100%. 100% cutting Gurmag Angler. Okay. Oh, it pains me, but I think that's probably correct. Disagree. Not enough creatures. Yeah, that's my concern as well. I mean, we have 14, but really it's not 14. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, maybe Spinning Darkness is better than Death Rattle. Yeah, I feel you, Dallas. Like my experience in the meta currently is that it's very it's like there's a lot of ways to just die to like stupid stuff on the ground, and I think that Gurmag Angler is just it's really big. It's really big. Doesn't die too much. I know that I'm going against chat here, but maybe it still does go, but like, oh, I don't have Tolarian Terror. Look at this. Dallas is like big vibe right now, dude. Yeah, Tolarian Terror is really good. I did not have that in there. Yeah, man. It's a great recommendation. Gotta change this mana cost. We know this is never that much. This is a 1 mana card. Now we need to cut even more Delph. Well, Spinning Darkness might not be good enough. I did not cut Tassiger's Cruelty. Treasure Cruise is the next to go. You're a psychopath. I think it's Death Rattle. We're we're getting kind of low on removal spells, which makes me want to maybe cut like an edict creature. Look at this, 6 votes, and I'm going against chat. Everybody says to cut Gurmag Angler. Well, maybe the answer is actually that we don't play Gurmag Angler, but we do play Tolarian Terror. Tolarian Terror is going to feel really bad if we like cast a Delve spell. Yeah, this is a good question. How many creatures are in Witherbloom? We have 10 creatures in Witherbloom. 10 creatures. This one has 18. 18 of them. Cut all Delve. Witherbloom is better than this deck. It doesn't need as many. Yeah, Witherbloom does have the ability to buffer its life total starting really early, but I think that there's reasons to play this deck that are valid. Derek, good to see you in chat here. Are there solid blocking creatures that can pinch as removal to double dip a little? Yeah, for sure. I think it does need more beef. And that's kind of why we have like the Vampire Spawn cards. And frankly, like there could even be a Witherbloom deck that plays Vampire Spawn, you know, that goes into these creatures like Vampire Spawn, Diregraph Scavenger, you know, that kind of thing. Especially now that I'm back to playing Reaping the Graves. Derek suggests that 1/4 of the Kaldheim lets you kill stuff. Mana Leak will make you sad in the late game. That could be true. Well, here's an alternative. What if instead of playing a ton of counter spells, maybe we play a smaller suite of counter spells, like just the best ones, and then we play the hexproof spells. Let's see. More Delve? Am I hearing more Delve? Is that what it is? Are we supposed to be playing Shambling Attendants for the Death Touch? Chat is going to revolt. I'll be tossed off stream if I add more Delve spells. Okay. Yeah, we've got a lot of graveyard interaction here, like with the Slum Reapers and stuff. We want to get them back. Oh my god. Stinkweed Imp. That's an idea. I think so it's like cards like Diregraph Scavenger that fit into that category of thing to do. It might be that these. So what other removal spells could we just put in here that aren't Delve or Graveyard oriented? Priest of the Haunted Edge. Yep. No, yeah, Priest of the Haunted Edge is not great. Logic Knot is also Delve. So what we could do is we could go Ob Nixilis's Cruelty, Murder, or we could, Murder. Yeah, Murder. Like this. We cut these two. Like that. Maybe Logic Knot is the counter spell that goes. Or because well, now how many Delve spells do we have? We have Gurmag Angler, Tasker's Cruelty, Logic Knot, and Treasure Cruise. And that's it. The thing is that some of these things, like we want to cast from the graveyard, like Deep Analysis or Coffin Purge, Rotten Reunion, all these Edict creatures. Is Shieldmate too cute? So you're talking about the Shield Wall Sentinel. Oh wait, no, Elgaud Shieldmate. This card, yeah, we're not playing this. Yeah. I think it is too cute. I think if I want to play like hexproof stuff, I want to do like the spells. Like Shore Up, Mizium Skin. Shit, I might even consider playing something like Alexi's Cloak. I really like that card. It doesn't trigger Rona, but like Shroud is pretty gas. Diplomatic immunity is like the ultimate flex. Like, you can't do anything to it, no one else can do anything to it. Edict is like the only way. This is where the rubber meets the pavement, folks. This is tough. I'm feeling like we're a little light on removal here. But we do have an extra, we have more sweepers in this deck than Witherbloom does. And we have counter spells. And we have more creatures. So this is fundamentally a different deck. Is Shield Wall Sentinel good enough? I feel like the big problem here is that the commander isn't really that explosive, and there are better stall decks. Yeah, so like one of the challenges we're running into here is that because we don't have built-in life gain to our command zone, we have to play like a number of life gain spells and like creatures that gum up the board. And that does eat up slots. Cut Pneumatic Wall as well. So like Archaeomancer and Pneumatic Wall. Man, Pneumatic Wall is so good though. Crazy. 0-4. I think cutting Archaeomancer makes sense. But Pneumatic Wall is good. No, we're not on Archaeo Snap. I don't have Snap in the deck. I just had Archaeomancer and there was like a value creature that can get a spell back. Yeah. Pneumatic Wall is also just a 0-4, and that appeals to me. It's like a really good blocker. We can tutor it up with Shield Wall Sentinel. So you're thinking we cut these two things. Man, then we're going down to 13 creatures, 3 of which are the Edict creatures, so that's 10 creatures to block with. Yeah, Secret Door is interesting. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Secret Door is also pretty cool because you can find it with a Trinket Mage. That's pretty spicy. Yeah, I cut Prize Wall. We're not doing tickets. I think we could go. Man, this is really tough. Maybe we need to cut this Graveyard Hate. We'll do like Rotten Reunion's nice. Total interaction. That's a good question. 7 counter spells. We have 14 removal spells. So 21. And then 5 sweepers. Puts us up to 26. And 5 edicts. Which puts us up to 31. And then if you add Unstable Obelisk to removal, that's 32. By gassed, do you mean that we have plenty? Like enough? Okay. We could cut... I feel like most decks, you want to have like 2 to 3 pieces of Graveyard Hate. And I've got 4 here. I could just cut Shield Wall, Sentinel, and Pneumatic Wall. I mean, I'm not happy about it, though. Yeah. There's like, I'm pretty sure Shield Wall will always have a target. Because I think non-sorcery, yeah, ones that lose you synergy. Just out of curiosity, what about Innocent Blood instead of the creatures? Still waiting for the mana leak to be cut. I think the issue I'm seeing with that is like, this is already really, really slim, right? Maybe it's Think Twice. Maybe this card is just like really bad. I think this card is pretty bad. Yeah, so Dallas, that's exactly the reason why I don't put Innocent Blood and Witherbloom Apprentice, is that it's quite often like we're going to be losing something that's pretty important to us. So it's cheap, but I think it is a trap. I'll just put it in considering for now. So we just need to cut one more card. I can hear Jonathan yelling, "It's mana leak, it's mana leak. Get rid of that card." But how could I do that? Getting rid of mana leak. We're so close. One card. It only took us 2 hours to do it. 2 hours and 7 minutes. Which, once again, thank you all for being here with me this evening. The one card is mana leak. All right. All right. You know what, Jonathan? You've been here this whole time. And you make a compelling case with your repetition. It's mana leak. We'll put it in considering. I'll probably add it back at some point. Yeah, dude. Let's do it. We got 100 cards. Look at this. We did it. Look at this. This competitive cPDH deck coming in at under $30. God, you love to see it. It's so cool. This is probably, there's probably some cards in here that are like the wrong printing and thus like more money than they should be, like this one right here. This one doesn't even have a cost on it. Oh, okay, so this will actually raise the price. Yeah, 100 cards. Let's take it for a little playtest spin here. Let's see what we can see. Okay, so like 3 lands, a kill spell, a draw spell, a way to get things back, and a Tolarian Terror. It's pretty sweet. Let's just run this out. Oh, Arcane Signet, gas. Okay, cool. So we run that. We're gonna go Arcane Signet, and then pass. We probably just go. Probably just cast Rona. Like no protection, but I'd feel a little bit better about Rona if I had like the hexproof spells. You know, like ways to protect our investment, but that's something that'll need to be resolved at some point. I don't think people will target her. I mean, I think that you're right. Yeah. So here's the thing. I've run into people lately that maybe think differently about that. My feeling is that if I'm at a table and somebody plays a Witherbloom Apprentice or a Rona, I just don't care. There are some decks where I do care. If I'm playing like Mayhem Devil or Crackling Drake, those are decks that like don't recover their life total well. And so I'm more worried about it. And we're also spending our life to like do things. But most of the time, these are not like, Rona is not going to be the target. Like she's not even buffering our life total. So I think running Rona out feels like the right call. Okay, so in this case here, do we just like wipe the board? Get 2 triggers. Pass a turn, draw a land, because we're good at this game. And then what do we just like draw infinity cards? Throw this into exile, draw 2 more. Yeah, this is looking really cool. This is what we weren't getting earlier on when I playtested, was like reasonable draws. So we've got 2 in graveyard. Are these things that we want to reuse? We could like cast Mnemonic Wall, but it's a little weird. I think it actually is a lot cooler to go. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We could just cast Tolarian Terror. I'm likely close to death at this point. I'm not sure I understand, Dallas, because we have Miracle's Edict, Murder, and like this turn we could drop Slum Reaper or Oubliette. Yeah. Yeah, I think we've actually, like, we're probably doing fine. I imagine we've gotten hit once. No, it's okay. Yeah, yep, that's cool. Yeah, I'm sure you just looked away. I think at this point, the thing that looks, ooh, this is juicy. Siphon Soul. Pick up Siphon Soul with Mnemonic Wall. Come on. So cool. But maybe what we do is maybe there's like one last creature that we want to get out of here. Or maybe because we just wiped the board or like killed a bunch of stuff, we take this turn to establish like a threat on the board. Yeah, Rona is a good blocker. 4 toughness is no joke. I don't think we want to pick stuff up. I think we just want to use this opportunity to play Siphon Soul. And then just pass. Rotten Reunion. Is this better than Vizkopa, Witherbloom, or Vohar? Well, to be quite honest, I don't believe in Vohar. For those of you that don't know, let's just pull it up here. And this is not to discourage anybody from building it. I personally will never play this deck. This card here, let's see if it's popping up so you all can see it. No, you can't see it. It reads blue and a black. It's a Phyrexian Merfolk Wizard. You can tap to draw a card, then discard a card. If you discarded an instant or a sorcery, so something you probably wanted, each opponent loses 1, and you gain 1. This is a tap ability. Then you can pay 2 to sacrifice Vohar Valadian Desecrator. You can cast an instance or a sorcery from your graveyard this turn. If that spell will be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. Activate only as a sorcery. I'm gonna be honest, I was really excited about Vohar when it first came out. It's cheap, it's a black card, it's in Dimir, it has like some way to gain life. And then I read activate as a sorcery. And I just feel like that makes this card so bad. I mean, it's like if this had the ability to sack itself in response to a Lignify, Reprobation, Oubliette, Deep Freeze, or any removal, and then just like cast another spell in response, it would be so good. But as it currently stands, I just don't like this card. But Witherbloom, I think that where this deck has some advantage against Witherbloom is, well, I think let's put it this way. I think that it's a wash between Witherbloom and Rona as actual creatures. Rona can skip the command tax if you really need to. Whereas Witherbloom is just a little bit cheaper. Witherbloom dies easier and dies to all of its own sweepers, which Rona does not. Rona is also tough enough that she can like interact with the board without dying. Like she can block things. Whereas Witherbloom is almost never a blocker until you get Opal Palace. I think that the differences are that we get to play counter spells, which are good. Our draw spells don't hurt us. And Witherbloom Apprentice is a funny deck in that, like, yeah, you do gain life, but Yeah, Witherbloom has the storm for like explosive stuff, which is cool. But like, I think Rona has this thing going on where like your draw spells don't hurt you because you've got blue. Whereas in Witherbloom, yeah, you do gain life, but a lot of times when you're casting like Sign in Blood and stuff, you're actually just at about your starting life total. What gains you a lot of life in Witherbloom is Weather the Storm. And you can't counter that unless you have like Mirror Shell Crab. So I think that it's a wash, to be honest. I don't think that it's a matter of better. It's just different. Vizkopa is in a different league in a sense. It is the same vibe where you're playing like this hard control deck, but Vizkopa is extremely explosive in the mid and late game. There are times when I think that Vizkopa is not playing Hindering Touch. No, because we don't get the copy clause. Yeah, we don't play Hindering Touch. A, because it's a bad counterspell, but B, because there's no copy clause on Rona. It just says cast, instant, or sorcery. Vizkopa, just like, the thing is that Vizkopa like is highly reliant on its command zone, which is why we play a lot of rocks in the deck. We ramp really, really hard so that we can ramp through all that stuff. But like, Vizkopa deserves to be hated off the board. That deck is really, really scary. The way I have it built, the way some other people have it built, I'm not sure. But like it's an activated ability, so yeah. But there was one time I used it to counter a storm spell and felt like a genius. Yeah, dude. Yeah. No, that would feel amazing. Like someone goes like Weather the Storm and somebody else is like Murder and they're like Tameo Safekeeping and you go Hindering Touch. You like hit the vuvuzelas. That would be pretty gas. Yeah, okay, so this looks like a game that we're winning right here, to be honest. Right? Like we go here for Slum Reaper. And actually, you know, we could even do something funnier here. We just go 1 black, exile something from a graveyard. Deskit would have won already. I mean, well, assuming nobody else at the table did anything, and assuming like the Murder and the Miracle's Edict and like all of this stuff, like if Deskit is at the table, I think we play this hand differently. I don't think that that's necessarily true. Like, yeah, Deskit is fast, but Deskit also attracts every single person to like stomp down your combo. So, which means you can get through sometimes because you're just that fast, but like, yeah, sometimes you're going to lose to that. But like other games, maybe we just have like a counter spell or yeah, no, I feel you. Like, look at this opener. This is so gas. We draw for turn. We go Island, draw, Swamp, Arcane Signet, untap, Swamp, Rona. Let's see, let's drag this down a little bit. And then we go untap, we go Vicious Battle Rager, go get an island. Play said island. Untap. We probably scryed 2, which in case this would be these 2. And we would probably bottom this, leave that on top, draw it. Yeah, we probably go tap 3 for Arcane Wall because we want to be able to block, and then we hold up removal or counter spells. So I don't think anybody gets through this, but say somebody plays something big, we just go, oh, this is actually really gross. You go 2 Arcane Signet, trigger Academy Wall, draw a card, discard Deep Analysis. And then we draw a card, and then we draw. We probably goad somebody on that turn. Oh, this is the signet. So like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. People have extended a little bit into our initiative. We sacrifice it with Chain Devil. And then next turn, we probably still have the initiative. So we're drawing a card. Draw for turn. Ooh, Ponder and Brainstorm looking really good here. We probably Brainstorm first. 3. Because we're going to shuffle with Ponder. These cards are all good. We put this back on top. We put Coffin Purge back on top. And I guess we got a looting effect there too, which means we would have discarded this and drawn another card. So, and then we go Ponder, look at the top 3. Gross. So, no, we've already got our land. So we want Slum Reaper in this order, like that. And we cast Slum Reaper, sacrifice everything, Command Tower into play. And then now we go into the Throne of the Dead 3. Yeah, it's funny because it's like you've got like all these reactive spells. So like the way that I Goldfish, well, that's a heater. The way that I Goldfish stuff like this is I actually assume that I'm using my interaction. So like I'm assuming that I'm having to like use my removal and all that stuff. So just so that I get a good sense of what's going on. I think like this is like looking pretty good. But Gurmag Angler is also just like fucking massive. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, because you have to be honest with yourself, right? Like you got to be honest with yourself about like how the deck is going to perform. 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably casting Siphon Mind. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we actually could have looted there as well. I keep forgetting Academy Wall. Card's good. Yep. Land. Tap 2. Basilica Screecher, leaving up Counterspell, or Victim of Night. Yeah, I'm stoked on this. So let's just do a quick overview of what we've got here, because I think we're gonna I don't know, we could wrap it up or we could continue hanging out depending on what people are looking to do here. But we could just review real quick. We've got 6 counterspells. We have life gain, including some ETB creatures that symmetrically hit everybody, as well as some spells that we can reuse with either Mystic Sanctuary or Pneumatic Wall that drain everybody and gain us a bunch of life. We have a Fat Fist of removal that would make Witherbloom proud. Build another based on Archaeo Snap. I have to verify all my decks and deck lists that people are renting me from my tournament, so I'm just chilling. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's fabulous. When is your tournament's coming up here pretty soon, huh, Dallas? Yeah, so Jonathan, building a Rona based on Archaeo Snap. Interesting. So with Archaeo Snap, are you doing that with High Tide or with... So like High Tide, maybe, or a Dimir Aqueduct, and like a High Tide, yeah. I admit, this is out of my wheelhouse. You've got a Garna deck against you tonight, Dallas. Yeah, Garna is real dangerous. Real dangerous. I haven't revealed my Garna deck yet, but since you all are on stream right now, I think today would be a fine time to do that. Yeah, Garna Garna's busted. Yeah, this is the Garna deck that I currently have. Now, just to clarify for folks, Garna is 1 black, blue, blue. It's in the same cycle as Rona. whenever another creature you control dies, draw a card if it was attacking. Otherwise, Garna, Bloodfist of Kel deals 1 damage to each opponent. So Garna has this wild thing where you can attack, deal damage, end of combat step, you can sacrifice things to draw cards. And you can draw a lot of them. A lot of cards. So it pinches people basically between not wanting to block because they don't want to give you card draw, but if they don't, they take damage. And if they kill things out of combat, then they get hit hard. Yeah. Opponent had 7 goblin tokens, went to combat, sacrificed. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Did your opponent know that they could hit you first and then sacrifice them to draw a new hand? Because there's some dumb stuff in this deck. Like, yeah, post damage. Yeah. So like, every new mechanic that we've gotten recently has been super broken in this deck. Like Myriad is really dumb because you can exile them at end of combat, or maybe you just have Carrion Feeder in play, or Viscera Seer, or Body Dropper, like, and you sacrifice those things, and every turn you get that. Yeah, exactly. Bog War Marshal is gross. Cathari Bomber, look at this fucking thing. Like, makes 6 bodies. It even sacrifices itself after combat damage, which is like, you don't even need a sack outlet for it. So yeah, like Unearth, God forbid you get Encore. Like Exquisite Huntmaster is so disgusting in this deck. Yeah, literally the perfect card. Yeah, also like Blitz is super powerful. Like Girder Goons and Plasma Jockey is basically like divination, because when it dies, it's gonna draw a card, and then because we've got Garna, it's gonna draw again. And oh, by the way, I want to mention too, Zach, who just commented in chat, is the co-builder of this deck. We have not yet released our video on our brewing effort to build this thing, so you all are getting a little sneak peek. But Zach and I agonized over this plenty before we came to the final build here. But the other thing is that like Decayed is really dumb in this deck. Like the Decayed cards like all like sacrifice themselves after, like at the end of combat. So like after you've dealt the damage. Escape starts to look really good because you can bring it back over and over again. This is like the Aristocrats deck. The Aristocrats aggro deck. And not only that, but you may have noticed that we have First Day of Class Putrid Goblin and Wing Rattle Scarecrow, which are all just like very reasonable cards in the deck anyways. And because sometimes we draw just like a ton of cards, sometimes we just get the combo and we win. But yeah, Escape, Decayed, Myriad, Blitz, Empty the Warrens is dumb. It's a really dumb card. Like Thatcher Revolt also sacrifices on their own. Yeah, it's dumb. It's a dumb deck. It's really fun. Super fun. We also get to play like a lot of the new fancy stuff like Nefarious Imp, Vivisector, Witty Roastmaster. Impact Tremors, Raid Bombardment are really powerful. This deck is just great. And you just run people over. So I've had some good ones with this deck. Yeah, 8 goblins off of Empty the Warrens. That's a lot. That's a lot of goblins. I had a game where I had 9 creatures in play. No, 8 creatures in play. Or no, 9. It was 9. And one of them was Garna. And the other one was Hissing Iguanar. And then I had a bunch of tokens that were from Empty the Warrens and I think a Dragon Fodder. And somebody to like not die played Pestilence and wiped my board and then took like 6 or 7 damage off of my stuff, but then also took, I think they ended up taking like 8 or 9 off of all the other stuff that died. It was really cool. So it was actually more than that because Garna was on the field too. You got that 4 mana spell that makes you 2/1 goblins with prowess. You're talking about Goblin Wizardry. And I do not have that because I don't really have that many instants and sorceries. So 4 mana for 2 bodies is not really good enough. Like, especially when you look at the 81 cards that I also want to be playing in this deck. Like, 81 cards. 81 of them. We're not even playing Pestilence and Crypt Rats. Like, we're not playing Initiative. We're not playing Pestilence. We're not playing Crypt Rats. We're not playing so many good stuff. Like, even Hobbling Zombie makes this Decayed token. It's like got Death Touch, so it's gonna get through. Like, so much good shit. Like Dredgescape Zombie. Yeah, Zach knows the pain. Like, do you see how many good cards there are in here? Like, holy crap. We're not even playing the Mass Edicts. We're not even playing the Mass Edicts. On top of that, we're not playing Mayhem Patrol, the other Blitz card. Yeah, Torwauki is also a really tough one. Torwauki, you get pinched between a lot of stuff. That's when you know a deck is good, is when like the cuts are really hard. That's like a signal, a sign. Like Scourge Devil didn't make it in the deck. I mean, just like, jeez. Goblin War Party. Yeah, Vizkopa is also tough. Vizkopa has a lot of good spells in it. It's a little easier for Vizkopa because it's more of like a balance of the cards than it is the individual cards. Like how many life gain effects. Finish Mayhem Devil now? I don't know that I'm allowed to inflict such suffering on chat. This is like... I'm going to let you all decide how masochistic you are. I'm gonna leave it up to you all because I will only do this if you all consent to it. It needs to be done, but I'm telling you, it's painful. Mayhem Devil is tough. It's a very tough deck to fix right now. God. I'm sure I'm missing some like powerful new stuff that's out there for Mayhem Devil, but look at this. We got 106 cards. We're back to 106. No, not yeses. Oh God. Y'all are sick. Y'all need help. I say as I finish my drink. Oh no, it's happening. Well, I'm going to drop the link in chat so that you all can take a look at this. Oh, I'm glad you're sticking around, Dallas. Yeah, take a look at the link because I know that you all can't see. God damn you, Jonathan. Here's my tact. This deck is so good, you just get to pick your favorites. Oh, yeah. I think so. Okay, so, like, what... There's a couple of cards that I think might be suspect. Horde Robber and Zentrum Bandit are starting to kind of look like derpy. I know it needs to be to 100. I've been putting this off. I've been a bad steward of this deck. Yeah, Zentrum Bandit. Every time you attack, you get a treasure and you lose a life. Horde Robber. Every time you deal combat damage to a player, make a treasure. These cards they're really small. I really like them in my opening hand. I hate them later on. You know, like, I don't hate them necessarily. They're pretty sweet off the Throne of the Dead 3 because they get big. And then you can start to like actually force people to like let you get through or block to just like kill things. But Horde Robber and Zentrum Bandit are there in part because early on we want to be like playing one of these on turn 2 and then start, you know, punching somebody, you know, to get these free things. However, Zentrum Bandit and Horde Robber are like kind of bad cards like later on. And I would like to make sure that the cards in my deck are of only the finest quality common cardboard. Yep, cutting the creatures does weaken the mass sacrifice. You are not wrong. So that is one of the things, that's a good counterpoint actually. It's like the Horde Robbers, when they come down early, are, you know, doing us a really big favor, like ramping us really rapidly with a resource that's very valuable to us. And then later on, if they're still in play, we can sacrifice them to Rot Tide, Slum, Chain Devil, Fleshbag Marauder, Miracle's Edict, that kind of stuff. Or if we just like have it in hand, we could like play it out and then play an Edict so that we can keep the big creature. So there is that. But I suspect that I'm like missing good cards from the new sets right now. Like, what are good Rakdos cards that we're missing right now? I mean, that's like literally asking to like add more cards, which is exactly what we're not supposed to be doing. So maybe I should exercise some restraint. The creature that gets cost reduced by creatures in the graveyard. We have 28 creatures. That's pretty good. Yeah. Seven? Writhing Necromass. What a name. Such a cool art. Such a cool art. Oh, you know what? You know what card is great in this deck is the red one. Wait, assist. No. Is it 7? Is it CMC equals 7? God, yeah, like Gargadon would be tight in this deck too. Imagine Greater Gargadon in this deck. Oof. Be still my beating heart. I think maybe it's 8. Yeah, Molten Monstrosity. So like Molten Monstrosity is interesting too because like it's huge and it's evasive. 5/5 trample. And Merit makes it cost 1 red. First Sphere makes it cost 3. Boarding Party makes it cost 2. Underdark Explorer. So if we just had like a 4/4 in play or a 4-power creature in play, that would make it a 4-mana creature, which isn't that great. Okay. So we'll put these in here. They're higher consequence. You know, we could like lean out of these weapons a little bit. That's an option. Maybe they're not that good in this context. What do y'all think? We got Prying Blade, Gold Vein Pick. I think the Ceremonial Knife making blood tokens is quite good. But like Molten Monstrosity and Gurmag Angler. Like we are... Like Mayhem Devil is this sort of like incidental thing that we're doing. Not a fan of Prying Blade. Gold Vein Pick is kind of the same thing. So there could be an argument for that. Like these things are pretty like derpy. You know, like in lieu of like these new powerful threats. That's a good point, actually. Marut is so broken. Goldvein is pretty good. I mean, the thing is that the way this deck works is that you like cast Mayhem Devil, and you've been doing the Goldvein pick Prying Blade thing for a little bit, or the Sticky Fingers, or the Ceremonial Knife, and then when Mayhem Devil comes out, you just like clean up shop. You kill everything, and it's great. And I don't know that this is necessarily so. In fact, the Writhing Necromass is cool, but like how many do you have to have for this to be good? Is there anything else in here that just isn't good enough? Like, is Nefarious Imp good enough? Three mana, evasive, carries a cranial plating like a boss. It's one or more permanents, so it's only going to be... Yeah, treasures are so damn good. Nefarious Imp does look kind of silly, I guess. Something like Underworld Ragehound is really good, but it could come out for something like bigger. Maybe First Sphere Garganta. I do like this card though. It's very strong. Expedition Map is finding Opal Palace. Expedition Map is also just a thing you can sacrifice. Opal Palace is decent, although Mayhem Devil probably doesn't die that many times in a game. Because it's like you're doing all this like reasonable Rakdos stuff. And then like Mayhem Devil is like it consummates the game. It comes in and it makes it real. How many whiffs does Boarding Party have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It has 5 whiffs, so like not that many. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Average non-land mana value, 2.97. Now, we do have 108 cards, so that is the thing that's influencing that. You see the mana curve here? We have a nice concentration of like 1, 2, and 3. Ramp is a funny one. We have Arcane Signet, Mind Stone, Horde Robber and Zentrum Bandit both like count as ramp early game. Late game, not so much. Arcane Signet, Mind Stone, Bonder's Ornament. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 mana rocks. And then we have the Prying Blade and the Goldvein pick. Hoarding Ogre, that type stuff. I mean, in all honesty, like Touch of Moonglove and Blade Brand have always felt like cards that If you cut Blade, Ogre, and Merit. Man, I don't know. I haven't played Merit yet, but I feel like the first time I cast Merit, it's going to be so gross. Right? Like if I have 3 treasures in play, I pay 8, and I get 3 of it back. It's like a 5 mana 7/7 trample that got 3 triggers. It's so strong. It's also probably dead in hand if you draw it early. And so is like Writhing Necromass. And so is like Molten Monstrosity. Yeah, the commander synergy with Merit's insane. Like, undeniably powerful. Yeah. I think the treasures and the blood tokens are still insane in this deck, so it might just be that, like, Molten Monstrosity, you know, or maybe it's actually the Writhing Necromass doesn't make the cut. Molten Monstrosity has a couple of things that it can go with. But here's the thing I was thinking about, and tell me what y'all think. Touch of Moonglove and Blade Brand. These both, like, rely on my commander being around. Or they're bad. Do they not work in the deck? Yeah, you're saying not counting rocks, 17 draw. There is a lot of draw in this deck. Yeah, a lot of it's incidental though. So maybe we could cut something like Pointed Discussion, creates a blood token though. I don't know that I want to cut ramp. Yeah, the reason that I don't want to cut ramp is this is a big mana deck. So like Sign in Blood and like Night's Whisper kind of. Yeah, it is a closer. That being said though, Zach, like, we've got such big creatures, you know? Like Initiative is a closer, Pestilence is a closer, Crypt Rats is a closer. Like any of these chonky boys is a closer. So I see what you're saying. Like I would be sad to lose these cards too. They're very cheap, and they're good. There is actually one. Yeah, the treasure angle is busted, Dallas. If you get a chance to read it, I've got a full primer, which is very entertaining to read because of the way I've designed it. It's actually quite fun. That talks about why we want to do blood and treasure stuff, and part of it's because there's like no meltdown in the format. Yeah, there's no way to deal with the treasures and the blood tokens. They just sit there. And then they're just sitting there waiting for you know, Mayhem Devil to resolve. And then the beauty of it is that you crack a treasure, you get a trigger, and you use that mana to pay for the blood token, and then you get another trigger. So like if you have 3 blood tokens and 3 treasure tokens, manalessly, you can crack them all in response to Mayhem Devil dying. Get 6 triggers, discard, like loot, you're rummaging 3 times. It's really strong. So, and that's where Touch of Moonglove and Blade Brand come in, with the ability to selectively wipe the board. So they're strong. They're really strong. But like, Falconwrath Noble, you have chonky creatures, so chip attacks don't get at you much. Yeah, that's a good point. The thing is that life totals do matter in this deck. So maybe, yeah, see, I told you, you guys maybe didn't understand the what you were getting yourselves into when Jonathan said that we should fix Mayhem Devil. Sign in Blood could go. Night's Whisper could go. Yeah, you did. You knew. You knew. Just wanted to see me suffer on stream. Yeah. Brutal. Falconwrath Noble could go. I've had life total problems in the past. Yeah. Okay. Let's just try this out, okay? We can always, these will be in considering, they'll be waiting. Falconwrath Noble. Now the reason I have this card, for you, Zach, in particular, is that I've had life total problems with this deck. And Falconwrath Noble was a concession to the times where I felt like I was just gonna die. But yeah, you're right. Like, I've got big stuff, and anything short of like people doing damage with like a, yeah, I don't know. I feel like Touch of Moonglove and Bladebrand are a little bit Christmas land, aren't they? It works. It works like 60% of the time, every time. Yeah. This card's also just like other things dying, so it's a stacks effect. That's pretty cool. I think cutting those two draw spells made a lot of sense. Okay, let's get real. Let's see, what did you say? So it's not like you're tutoring or having a big overall game plan, so it's really worth it for Falconwrath. Actually, the commander just stops those loops. Yeah, so like, yeah, Mayhem Devil does that too. I mean, getting rid of Falconwrath Noble would be committing us to a world where we are going to die sometimes to just like, I guess we could cut Falconwrath because we just cut Night's Whisper and Sign in Blood. Yeah, we're like losing less life. Okay. Oh, the other thing is, this card, which some of you may not know exists, is actually the card that's going to come in. Target creature gains Death Touch and Indestructible. It's 2 mana, but this is a protection spell for Mayhem Devil and also Death Touch. So I think this comes in for our board wipes. And then we cut Bladebrand. Yeah. Is there anything else that grants O in Indus? O. I don't think there's anything else that grants. Yeah, it's just one card that does that. I like the modality of it though. So we have 5 sweepers, 5 edicts, so 21 removal spells in this mid-range deck. Yeah, you would run persist. Yeah, I just don't. I don't like the. Here's what you lose when you tuck combos into decks like this is that those cards like aren't generally good on their own. Like First Day of Class is like fine in this deck. Putrid Goblins like okay in this deck. It's like very middling. And then once you have the combo, to like make the combo good, you have to run tutors. And I think that what you lose to do that makes the deck worse. I strongly feel that way with Mayhem Devil. If you want to do Persist Loop, I think that it's a different deck. No need tutors. See, at that point, then... Well, the commander is giving us the third piece of the puzzle, which is the payoff. Yeah, I think, Jonathan, you're right. To my point, it's a different deck. And I want to be clear, too, for those of you in chat, like Mayhem Devil can be built a lot of different ways. And you wouldn't be running beaters. Yeah, Man, then we're like a blueless combo deck that like has only black spells to protect its stuff. Yeah, I think that's a very different deck. I think you should build that. I have not the slightest clue on how to build it, and I would have to leave that to your fine craftsmanship. I think that Mayhem Devil also has a really promising approach with some sort of creature-based token aristocrat sacrifice kind of a thing, which, as you notice here, I don't have. Like, most of my creatures are things that I actually care about. They're things that I don't want to like upgrade my Mog War Marshal to a Fleshbag Marauder or a Slum Reaper, right? Like, I want to just like get all the triggers. I'm going to sacrifice the Slum Reaper to itself. What about Nefarious Imp? How many sacrifice effects do I like? I have like a zillion sacrifice effects, so I do get lots of scries off this. Is this good enough? See, we could even be running Tyrant's Choice in this deck too, which wouldn't be an edict a lot of times because people wouldn't, if Mayhem Devil is out, it wouldn't be an edict in a lot of cases because people wouldn't want to take the sacrifice. But if it's not out, then it probably is a mass edict. I don't know. It's probably a version of this too where you run some like discard stuff. There's just a lot of artifact synergy that I'm building around, like Ingenious Artillerist, Reckless Fireweaver. You know, are you running steel effects? I am not. No threatens in this deck. And that's mainly because I don't have a ton of creature sacrifice. Like, the threaten effects would be part of the creature-based one, because then you would be running like Carrion Feeder, Mortician Beetle, Body Dropper. That's like a whole different deck. And it's probably a good deck. I will say that. So we added Writhing Necromass and Molten Monstrosity, and I'm not necessarily sure that these are going to be good. I think we do need to... Yeah, so like the Nefarious Imp like is kind of like the Phyrexian Vivisector. And it's only my stuff. And the funny thing about Nefarious Imp is if somebody like Pestilences me or Crypt Rats me, or mainly Crypt Rats, this thing only does it when one or more. So if I wipe the whole board with Crypt Rats, I don't scry a zillion times. So let's just cut Nefarious Imp for the time being. I think that's a good cut. Necromass. I mean, we're running 28 creatures in this deck. It's a lot. Molten Monstrosity is going to work sometimes, but I think it's going to be really slow others, and I think Writhing Necromass might be the same. Like, I'm not sure if these are good enough. They flip amazingly off of Throne of the Dead 3, which is like an important thing to keep in mind. I might cut Touch of Moonglove. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that they're gonna do... Okay, so yeah, now we're really close. Touch of Moonglove is so good, though. God, this card is so... This card, like... Yeah, I mean, Zach, you've seen it. Like, ends games. You know, if it works. It's also completely dead in hand. Like, if you draw it early. Yeah, that's the question, Jonathan, is like, is it win more? Yeah, so like, if I'm like throttling the table, which the Mayhem Devil has a tendency to do, it like kind of has to lean into the bully. And then I like have all these blood tokens and treasures, and then I manage to land my, and then I like land my, you know, Mayhem Devil that like is so scary. I think that this goes. That's what my intuition is saying. Battle Rage Blessing also protects a thing, which is where it's okay. So yeah, now we're down to one cut. One cut. Oh, you know what we don't have in here? Huh. We don't have, let's do, we don't have the Myriad or the Encore cards in here. We do have one of them. You say it helps me take control of the game earlier. Are you saying with Touch of Moonglove? I would not say that's how it tends to play out for me. In my experience with that card, it's not how it plays out. Generally, what I see is that it's the card that like ends the game, because Mayhem Devil doesn't come out early. That's one of the things you'll find in the primer, is that the deck is built to play as like a good Rakdos mid-range deck without its commander, and then eventually, when resources are low, you land the Mayhem Devil, and it's like a stacks piece. It's like a late game closer that like really makes it hard for people to function, because you can just start like mowing things down at will. What would be the target? Yeah, I mean, it again. I think right. It's like 1 mana. You do all this stuff and you wipe the board. It dunks on all sorts of stuff. Yeah, like just imagine a deck being able to singularly slaughter everything for kind of 1 mana. That's how it tends to work. Like Shiny Impetus. That's the card that goads, right? Oh. That's funny as shit. Oh. Yeah, we've got sticky fingers. Is this a meme? Is this a meme? Damn. So like put this on somebody else's thing, and then they have to like attack somebody else. Zach says no. As in no, don't play this card, or no, it's not a meme. I'm getting meme vibes, but like we can put it on our own things. Not a meme. Yes. I mean, this is flexible, right? This is kind of removal. Like, it's having something else do the work for us while also generating treasures, or we put it on like a Gurmag Angler. Yeah, it's 3 mana, but that's not so bad. Damn. I'm gonna add this. Y'all done me dirty here. But while we're at it here, Exquisite. Let's see. Experience with the impetus. All the impetuses are insane. What's the other? What's the black one? It's every time it attacks, its controller loses 2 and you gain 2. Huh. Feels a little memey. I think the shiny one's kind of gross. Okay, so Tiamat's Fanatics is a card I'm interested in. The other thing I'm interested in is an Exquisite Huntmaster. The Encore is really good. Yeah, if your commander cares about life, then it's great. Yeah, it kind of plays like you could look at it as almost like a murder, right? It's 3 mana, sorcery speed though. You put it on something. That thing is then going to have to attack every turn, and it's going to work on other people's life total, while it also generates you some repeat advantage of some sort. In this case, treasures. Life is actually pretty relevant. I haven't looked into the Impetus cards, and I admit that they seem good. Okay, so Tiamat's Fanatics is interesting in that we get to apply pressure to several different players at once, which I quite like. It does die to a lightning bolt though, and it dies to everything else for 5 mana, so that's maybe not going to work. But Exquisite Huntmaster though, this card, Encore. Like, I'm interested in all 3 of these now. Yeah, Tiamat's Fanatics. All of these very good cards. So if we just added these to the deck, what would we have to cut to do it? We'd be back to 105, which is so brutal. So brutal. Briarblade Adept is also removal, which is quite nice. Like, doesn't kill anything when it comes into play the first time, but when you encore it, you are going to kill something, or maybe more than one thing. And you get some bodies, and you're going to get some sacrifices, which is great too. It also, these encore cards are fabulous with the blood tokens. You just pitch them right into the yard where you want them, and then encore them as an uncounterable spell. I think I like that a lot, which would actually mean Exquisite Huntmaster is probably the better one there. Briarblade Adept is only 4 from the graveyard. This is 5. Not to mention that Exquisite Huntmaster just like makes a bunch of bodies too. It's like pretty dang cool. I don't think Fanatics is going to make it in here. It's not sacrificing either. Okay, so let's go. This is going to be a form of ramp. And it's also going to be an augmentation. And it's also kind of a removal spell too. So I'm going to drop it in there too. It's like a thing that's not coming after me. Let's see. We do not have Defile in the deck. That's interesting. That makes sense though. Do we have the new life gain land? Yeah, Maestro's Theater. Riveter's Overlook. We do not have the red-black gain land. Wilds. Panorama, not that good. It is untapped though. Mortuary Mire, Quicksand. Okay, yeah, I think the mana base is looking fine right now. We don't have the Darksteel Citadel. That's okay. Okay, so now we have 4 more cards to cut because you goons made me did it. Briarblade Adept. Expedition Map has so many good targets in this deck. It is insane. Krark Clan Shaman is also pretty good. Maybe Briarblade Adept isn't gonna make the cut unless there's something else that could go. Chat, I'm gonna need your help on this one. This is looking like a tough one. I don't love the Briar Blade from Zach. It does the same type of removal as your commander, but expensively. So, yeah, so Zach, think about this though. It's actually more. When we encore it, and I think this is always going to be pitched into the graveyard with a blood token, we're going to bring it back, we're going to have 3 damage basically with it. But when they sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step, if we have the commander, then we're getting 3 more triggers, which is a lot. No Alchemist's Vial. No. Oh, you're a sicko, Dallas. Torwauki? I don't think Torwauki would do very well in that scenario. Yeah, exactly, Zach. That's the idea. These Encore cards are like uncounterable and gross. Like this is uncounterable removal that also produces bodies. And I can like sacrifice the bodies to like Reckoner's Bargain, Costly Plunder, Village Rites, Deadly Dispute. I can sack it to like Fleshbag Marauders or to Slum Reapers. Like you can do all sorts of cool stuff with this. This is like very strong. Yeah, and our creature count is up again. 104. I mean, Whisper Silk Cloak. This card is really good, but is this necessary? It's weird to be looking at this. This is such a powerful card. I think this goes. We're gonna switch up the music here a little bit. Yeah, because we're here with a purpose. There we go. Arcane Spyglass. Yeah. See, the problem is, Jonathan, is we need to cut cards, not add them. Alchemist's Vial is really interesting, though, in some ways, because it does give the Initiative and Monarch decks ways to like hold on to it longer. And the longer you hold on to it, the more likely you are to just like hold it for the rest of the game. So I think that's actually a really cool thought, and it does give us a trigger, and it does draw a card on entry. There's a lot to be said about that. Arcane Spyglass makes us sack lands. We're kind of a big mana deck, so I'm not super excited about that. Yeah, look at you. Your little gremlin over there just laughing. Is sacrifice the land, draw a card, put a charge counter, remove 3 charge counters, draw a card. Yeah, that's a hell of a draw engine. Don't think it's what we want to be doing here. Yeah, what are my cuts? What are my cuts, guys? We're back up to 4. We started with 6 cards to cut, and now we're back to 4 again. We were so close. And then I added all these Encore cards. Cut a basic. Yeah. There's so many tapped lands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 23, 24, 24 untapped lands. We have a lot, and yeah. I mean, I see the point that you're making. I honestly am thinking it's Whisper Silk Cloak. I know this seems like such heresy. This card is so powerful, but it's also like the nature of Mayhem Devil is that it comes out, somebody goes to kill it, you sack your stuff, and it dies. Right? Like this deck is not here to protect Mayhem Devil. That's not how this works. Don't do it, he says. Pod emerges from the shadows in defense of Whisper Silk Cloak. Sell me, dude. What's the rationale? Yeah, so when you say like treasure gain, like part of the design of this deck is to out ramp counter spells and removal with treasures and with the rocks and all this other stuff. You're like hitting your land drops because you're drawing a lot of cards. So like you move way past like all that stuff. So like Mayhem Devil, like this deck is designed so that the moment Mayhem Devil arrives, you get value off of it because the permanence in play can be sacrificed to start it off. And then when it dies, it's like, okay, you just recast it again. And we're not casting it early. So it's like the first time we cast it could be like turn 7 or 8 or 12 because we just had other things to do. And then we cast it, and this is like what pushes over the edge. I think Whisper Silk glows. This card is really cool when you like slam it on like some of these big threats because then they're just like unkillable. And maybe that's the argument for them, but I think this is maybe a dream and a meme. Yeah, this deck is this deck is genius because it is the product of a lot of different people working on it and a lot of advice. Not because I was the one working on it, but because there's a lot of people who've like put their thought into it. And the idea, this was just that you're moving past other stuff. Cranial plating, God. We have 22 artifacts in this deck without the treasure making. Cranial plating is so strong in this deck. So strong. Like somebody doesn't block something and they're going to die. But is it win more? Is that what you're saying? Is Oubliette part of the Mayhem Devil game plan? Well, you see, here's the thing. Yeah, no, and actually, so I have to respond to this first. Pod, I have put a cranial plating with a Whisper Silk Cloak on the same creature before, and it was very cool. Game ended very quickly. Doesn't happen that often though. Sometimes, yeah, just doesn't happen that often. As to your question, Jonathan, Oubliette. So we got to keep in mind the context of this deck is that we're playing a good Rakdos deck that Mayhem Devil happens to be in. I'm sorry, I'm not living in a cut Oubliette universe. I'm going to agree with you, Dallas, on that. I'm not going to cut Oubliette. And this is coming from someone who really thinks this card should be banned. This card should really, really, really be banned. Cloak dies to smelt. Get it out of here. Oh, God. Yeah. Yep, that gets the new pinned message for till somebody says something better. Cloak dies to smelt. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so Cloak is gone. What about Expedition Map? We have like a zillion good targets for it. Allow background commons first, Jonathan. Thank you. Yep. I would say if I had to vote for something, if I had my choice and I were dictator of Pauper Commander, I would hope that the background commons came in first and then Oubliette got banned next. Admittedly, I would prefer one over the other. I think I might even say that Oubliette would be third to making the Planeswalkers legal as well. I think that would be really good for the format. Okay, so yeah, we're down to 3 cards. Expedition Map has like an infinite number of hits. Notably, Bajuka Bog, Mortuary Mire, Witch's Cottage. We only have 10 swamps in the deck though, so I think that maybe the Witch's Cottage is a bit of a meme dream. It does work sometimes, especially when we get the initiative, because we can go find those swamps. And we actually have Maestros Theater, Grixis Panorama, Jund Panorama, Evolving Wilds, Terramorphic, Overlook. That all finds swamps as well. So that's actually, this has always been pretty consistent. Tramway Station. Well, we're not cutting lands though. We're not cutting lands. What am I doing? And we are down to just like the gristle here. It hurts. Miracle's Edict? Is this good enough? It's like another cheap mass edict that isn't a mass edict sometimes. Staunch is maybe the worst creature. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Miracles is fine. I really like this card, and it's been really good for me so far. Part of why it's so strong is that you don't have to announce anything about the targets before it happens. So, like, Miracle's Edict is sneakily good because you can cast it, and you just say, does this resolve? And if they say yes, then you roll the dice, you get the result, and then the effect happens right away. There's no responding to this card. So, like, if somebody wants to protect their commander with a with like an Undying Evil, yes, Blood Fountain is in this deck right here. Yeah. And in fact, actually, like, in a perfect world, I would add more than just Blood Fountain. I would like to have some more stuff like Soul Stare Expedition would be amazing, especially with all the fetch lands that we have. Fuck. But yeah, Miracle's Edict is really powerful because you, like, nobody gets to respond to it if it resolves. So then you can choose your target after you roll the result, or if you roll high enough, then each opponent just sacks a creature, and there's no chance to, like, Undying Evil or to feign death or anything like that. But I think it is the worst of the edicts. These mass edicts effects are so powerful with Mayhem Devil, but these are the only ones that are, like, really reusable. Except for Abyssal Gatekeeper, that's another option. There's even another one that's called Predatory. Yeah, Predatory Night Stalker. And there's a battlefield, target opponent sacks a creature. Also does a cool thing, but it's only one player. So, what is this symbol? Oh, this is how you transform. Interesting. That's cool. So now we're down to this. I'm tempted to replace Expedition Map with, like, another recursion spell. Like, so O return, O hand, O creature. CMC equals, is like less than or equal to 3. We need to go O graveyard. Burnt Offering in combination with those 5/5s. Yep. Call to the Netherworld is interesting because we have a lot of blood tokens, but it's also just one card, and this deck wants more value than that. Something like Cadaver Imp is interesting, but, like, Grim Harvest. Grim Harvest is a really interesting card to think about. Grim Harvest, yeah. Doesn't this just loop like infinitely with the, not infinitely, but like over and over again with the edict creatures? So you go, you go Grim Harvest, get something back, and then say it's like a Slum Reaper, and then you go Slum Reaper, and then it goes into the graveyard, and then you get Grim Harvest back again. I hadn't thought of that before. That's pretty powerful. Yeah. There's so many good like recursion effects. It's insane. Ashnod and Drake. Oh, it's okay, Pod. I mean, we all signed up for this is the thing. Is like, I don't know if y'all saw the vote earlier, but like the poll was conclusive. 75% of y'all sickos wanted to do Mayhem Devil stuff. Reaping the Graves is great. Death Denied is great. Soul Stare Expedition is great. So many good recursion spells. Evankar's is easier. Evankar? Tortex. Yeah, like Soul Stare Expedition is kind of my temptation, but the problem with Soul Stare is that when it's a top deck, it feels pretty bad. Like it's like late game top deck if you don't have anything to like any lands to sacrifice. It's not good, but like Soul Stare when it comes into play like beginning of the game, just so strong. I'm actually, I'll be honest, I'm really considering cutting Expedition Map. It's a cheap sacrifice thing, but it's going to get like a Mortuary Mire or a Witch's Cottage or a Haunted Fengraf often. And if that's the case, then why don't I just run like a recursion spell? Like I'm not casting Mayhem Devil like tons of times. So then like which of these is the best one to play in its place? It's got to be pretty high value. Grim Harvest is a hell of a loop. I mean, so if it's Fleshbag Marauder, then you go Fleshbag Marauder for 3, Grim Harvest for 2. And then you go Grim Harvest, Fleshbag Marauder. So that actually... Dark Dweller Oracle. Damn. Damn you, Jonathan. That's a really good one. Because it's gonna like convert our cards randomly to like stuff that dies to that. Is Dark Dweller Oracle only during that turn? That's the big question. So we're gonna save this little search query here. Dark Dwell this turn. We're not super tight on mana, Dallas. Tons of good artifacts for Fortuitous Find. Yeah, you're right. Fortuitous Find definitely, like a lot of these sacrifice themselves. Mind Stone, Commander Sphere, Letter, Network Terminal, Locket. There's also like, yeah, we did talk about Staunch Throne Guard, but I think this card's really good. Oracle could be great. The thing is that Oracle is only helpful when we can cast the cards Mind Swords. Yeah, now we're talking. That's the ultimate metal, the ultimate sacrifice. Okay, so Expedition Map is coming out. I'm a big proponent of that card. It's good with Mayhem Devil, but I think we're going to cut it for one of these graveyard recursion spells. I really like Cadaver Imp because it's attached to a body, but I think that we can get something that actually gets multiple bodies back. Like Death Denied is high on my list. This like at 4 mana draw 2 in a sense, if you get 2 things back. 5 mana, draw 3. Those are like very fine rates. There's also dig up the body. Oof. Do we have any dig up the body enjoyers in here? This one takes sacrificing a thing, so this would be like cast this in response. I don't like that it mills though. I don't want mill in this deck. Yeah, we're not going to play that. Fate's Reversal Ventures, but we don't really have like, you know, we have like good amount of initiatives. Oh wait, do we not have Stirring Bard? Oh my god. Chat. What have I done? We didn't have like the best dragon ever printed in common. Fuck. Oh no. This card's gonna be really good in this deck too. Yeah. Wow, I can't believe we still have 11 people on. I'm glad that this remains entertaining for you all. Thanks for being here. One of these days I'm going to install one of those little counters on the chat, and people can remind me to drink water. I just chronically forget. So can cut some removal. Your commander is removal. Yeah, you're right. It is. Boy, yeah, what do we cut? Is Feed the Swarm like not what this deck wants to be doing? I mean, if we cut Feed the Swarm, we have literally no out to an Oubliette. Yeah, Feed just kills anything too. First Sphere Garganta is great. Boy, we are really down to the gristle. God, you guys know, right, that they're definitely going to make like a draw spell that's like pointed discussion, but a treasure. Like, they're going to do that someday. Ragehound? Yeah, Ragehound is a reasonable cut. Ragehound is a reasonable cut. I like this card a lot, but like the things, sometimes we have to cut good cards because the cards that came in are just better. Ragehound is a card that is just nice to have in the deck because it gives us like a creature that comes back over and over again, but we've got so much good stuff to do with our mana that, like, ideally, and I think in most cases, we don't have to escape this, right? Like, this card is coming out for Briarblade Adept. No, I don't think Victim of Night's a problem. Oh god, there's another card. We don't have Unstable Obelisk. See, this is what I'm talking about, guys. Like, this deck sucks to work on. It sucks to work on. Like how do we not play Unstable Obelisk? Card is bonkers. We have Synth. This card is good though. Cut a land for the rock. Okay. We're at mostly black. So let's see. Maybe we cut a tap land. Like, how important are swamps to the deck? We just have Snuff out, right? So maybe... Yeah, I think cutting a land for the rock's fine. Like, 35 lands is plenty. So maybe it's one of the... Witch's Cottage is not coming out. No. It's no good. We cut Tramway Station. This is a cool card, but I think it goes. Oh, I see. No. Good point, Dallas. Yeah, good point. Yeah, Yeah. Yeah, Tramway feels like the worst of those. It's like expensive, really expensive to do. Okay. Now we've got a lot of ramp. I like that a lot. I like when decks just like always can cast their spells. Feels really good. Yeah, we just need one more card to cut. Impulsive Pilferer is exceptional, but no, it's exceptional. It's just so good. Jonathan over here recommending more cards. You fucker. I mean, okay, but like on the real though, like not Fire Blast, but you know what we could play is Thunderclap. Thunderclap. I am super surprised I don't have this in the deck as it is. Yeah, it's not here. Behold all of the good cards that didn't make the cut. Thunderclap is very good. Sack a Mountain. Ooh, Life Staff. Yeah, so Life Staff doesn't really work in... Well, okay. So Life Staff works with the Encore. Right? Life Staff works with Encore really well. It works with mainly Encore. And then maybe we put it on something big that we expect to die. But the trouble is like we're not sacrificing our creatures that much. You know, we're all about the blood tokens and all that stuff. I see that Life Staff, though, would be like a really powerful life gain. And I think we've... it's been in the deck before. I think it's in considering. It's 3 life, which is quite a lot. And it's very cheap, too. It's, you know, Bone Splitter cost, which I think is quite good. So Gluttonous Guest was in the deck at one point, and then we started to build towards just better creatures. And Gluttonous Guest is not a very good creature. Okay. We're gonna go back to the chill music. Yeah. There we go. Back to chill. And Gibbering Barricade is the 3-mana 0/4 sack creatures to draw cards. This is a new one. Current Noyark, what is the current goal? Noyark, maybe you can instill some discipline in this rabble. I knew this was going to happen. Yeah, goal is to get to 100 cards so that this deck can remain on the DDB. To finish Mayhem Devil, as Jonathan said. Okay, so the TLDR, Noyark, is that the Spark Notes is that we cut good cards for better cards. We updated the deck with cards that needed to be in the deck, such as the Encore cards, Unstable Obelisk. We brought in Shiny Impetus, which is actually really gross. This is probably one of the better recommendations we got all night. Goldhound is not in the deck. I don't think it has high enough impact. We cut Miracle's Edict because it doesn't always hit everybody, and it's just not as good as the other stuff we wanted. We didn't have Stirring Bard in the deck. You're with Dallas on Thunderclap? Yeah, there's a good chance that we just like don't have a mountain in play. But man, this fucking card is so strong. Okay, all right. No, I think it is like we already have lots of removal. Okay. What about Executioner's Capsule? Is this card like... It's not killing black things. And I hate that. I hate it. It triggers off of Mayhem Devil. I'm gonna wait for... Okay, yeah, actually we're gonna make a poll about this, okay? Okay, Noyark asked, are you raising the floor of the deck or raising the ceiling? Meta adjustment? My understanding is that Mayhem Devil has self-preservation issues, so how much removal do you need that supports? The devil that doesn't keep you alive. So Devil does not have staying alive issues in terms of its body itself. The deck does not really have life gain. So there is that. That's a different question though. Mayhem Devil does not really have staying alive problems because it's going to come out. All the things that you want to do to sacrifice things are already in play. So if it dies, it doesn't matter because it's a part of the plan that comes in later on. So a lot of times we're like, turn 7 or 8 and we haven't even cast the Mayhem Devil yet because we just don't need to. We've got a lot of really good stuff already. And I will say that if you're coming back into this chat, Noyark, you better not recommend another good card. Don't do that. Don't do that to these fine people here. These are good people in chat, and they don't deserve this. Okay, Capsule's gone. Capsule's cool, but I think that we've just got better removal. Do you see this right now? Is everyone seeing this? I'm gonna make you all sick with the thing that I'm doing right now. That's 100 cards. Just gonna have you stare at this for a moment and enjoy the fruit of your labor. Y'all are allowed to troll me because you're wonderful. Dallas, thank you for joining us today. I know you were busy with other stuff you had to do too. Anything you do after this is on your immortal soul. Dude, thanks for joining us, and I hope the tournament goes really well. Hold on, I'm finding life gain as a drop-in because I love you. That's a really weird way to show that you love me. It's like, you're in love when it hurts, kind of a thing. Yeah, Dallas, definitely give us updates on that. And, one of these days, Dallas, it'd be great to get you on in a little interview and you can... Yeah, exactly. Dude, look at that. We were like Swahelu. We were like on the same wavelength there. Yeah, definitely love to hear your story about the tournament and how it goes. And make sure you gather some data on who's playing what. I'd really love to see how that went. I'd love to know how the pods broke down. And we can do a little analysis thing. Jonathan, we have makeshift munitions. This is perhaps the best card in the deck. Like, this card is so good that I would tutor for it. Dallas, I'll have all the lists and hopefully a lot of turn counts. Great. That's what we love to hear. Love to see it. Oh man, all this time I could have popped out chat and been like looking at you guys more directly, but or you folks, I'm sure, I don't know, perhaps there's some, let's say, gender independent here. There we go, cool. We haven't talked about stickers. Permadeath touch is possible just to drag this out. No. 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 I will not be baited. Let me know when you want me on streams. I can cause hell. Yeah, Jonathan, I think that your presence will be mandatory just to shake things up and keep everybody on the toes. Take the bait, he says. God, I won't. Okay, well, first of all, I'm not going to get baited because these cards suck. Okay? Ticketomaton is the only one here that doesn't, and this goblin, but for like different decks. Ticketomaton is gross in Temur Sabertooth. The goblin thing is gross in Zada. And that's it. The blank goblin. Mind goblin. Yep. You knew it. Yeah. I don't think we're missing anything else. I can't believe that Stirring Bard wasn't in the deck. I think that when the last time I looked at this deck, I was under the impression that Stirring Bard was bad. I have since come around to the fact that it is not only a fabulous blocker, but Menace and Haste when you're trying to regain the initiative is very powerful. And just having initiative at a bare minimum printed on a card is broken. So yeah, it's in the deck now. And I have dodged a flogging for my misdeeds. I will say the thing that I want next in this deck is I would like to find room for some form of mass recursion. I think that a couple of things that appeal to me are something like Reaping the Graves. Reaping the Graves would be very good in this deck. I think the Grim Harvest line seems like almost a Stax. That's like a Stax interaction in this format. Because you just go Fleshbag Marauder, get the Grim Harvest back, cast Grim Harvest, get the Fleshbag Marauder back, cast Fleshbag Marauder, get the Grim Harvest back, cast Grim Harvest, get the Fleshbag Marauder back. Like, that's pretty dirty. It's pretty dirty. This card wants to be in the deck. Very much so. And then like Reaping the Graves. Look at this, the foil is like $45. Pretty funny. Resourceful Return. If you have an artifact, draw a card. So this is kind of cool. It's like get a card back. Yeah, Grim Harvest is mana hungry. Jonathan, what deck should we work on now? That's a good question. I think we've got Mayhem Devil on a lock. Let me put you all to a poll. I need to pull up my to-do list. I have a to-do list for fixing certain decks that needed to be fixed. I mean, I'm going to stream until y'all get sick of my voice. Oh, wow. I don't know if I have brain power for that, though. No. I don't have brain power for that. I was kind of thinking that like a really smooth brain deck that would probably be really good that I want to build, and it kind of builds itself, is Ravenous Chupacabra. Yeah. And I've even got a name for it is. Chupapi Munano? I hope I didn't just say a swear word. This has the sound of a swear word that I might have just said something really awful. Oh no. It's something that... I'm not repeating that on stream. You all can look this up on Urban Dictionary yourselves. You all can use the internet well enough yourselves. It's trending on social media. You know, I will say it does have the word papa in it. Poppy? Anyways, Chupa Papa, Papa Chupa. I was just thinking this deck would be really stupid, right? Like Ravenous Chupacabra, and you just like have this kill spell in your command zone. It's just sitting there. It's like sitting there. And you can like flicker it with like Undying Evil and Feign Death. Feign Death. Yeah, with a G. There's a G there. Let's see. Go to poll. Cut E-capsule. Okay. So, yeah, we can end that poll. Cool. Yep. E-capsule went bye-bye. Well, Jonathan said, what's next? What are we fixing next? And I went off on, like, what do we build next? Maybe it should just be something fixed. I guess we could take a look at Ojai. I'm not yet fully... Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think this deck like largely builds itself, right? Like you play a bunch of discard, bunch of Mass Edicts, bunch of sweepers, bunch of removal, bunch of good draw. You just play like good black everything. You know, it's like this deck is dumb. Like this is a yeah, like this is so smooth brain. Passageway Seer is really good. It's probably better than this deck, I have to say. I don't say that very often because I often find that discussion becomes kind of toxic. But like we need to actually go format PDH. There we go. Yeah, Nate's ooh, Sludge Strider. Talk dirty to me. I think this is a great deck. We might have to save this one for... I'm going to add that to my to-do list. I think I had it in another to-do list, but Sludge Strider... Yeah, maybe Noyark, you and I can sit down for a recorded, and we'll make that into a video. I think that's a really good commander. I think that's an amazing like grindy, graveyard-based artifacts, just like treasures and blood tokens. It's a very strong card. It's weird because it only targets one player, but I think that's just like you play an extremely long game. You know, you can like recycle some of your artifact-based removal. But yeah, anyways, I wanted to show you all Nate Diggity's Passageway Seer deck. You're gonna ready me to bash white enchantments into an artifact deck. That's where I'm gonna go. Doesn't seem very good. Unless those enchantments get back artifacts. Curious. Yeah, Nate Diggity's deck is like really powerful. Like turn 2 Passageway Seer off of Dark Ritual is really gross. Where is Dark Rit? Yeah, Dark Rit. Lagamos. Yeah, I don't really know how to build. I feel like I have like a loose structure in mind for Lagamos, but man, this deck is good. I really like this. I think that this deck is like toe-to-toe with Rilsa. Lagamos, Hyper Tutor for Pestilence. We're getting distracted though. Where was I? What was I doing? We were doing Chupacabra things, right? But this is like, I don't know how interesting this is to you all. Because it's like so... it's so like Noyark, it's about why white in an Esper artifact deck. Dimir does it all the same. We gain nothing from white other than the commander. White is good at one thing as far as I know. Well, I think that yeah, Jonathan, this deck is like so... I love mono black. I think it was like what happened to me was that I played mono black in old school, and I just got hooked. Like, look at this assemblage of cards right here. We got Black Knight, doesn't die to Swords to Plowshares. We've got Kumbaj Witches, Pauper All-Star of like circa 2 years ago. Hippie. We got the classic Dark Rit into Hippie. We got Juzum Jin to play on turn 2 off Dark Ritual. Like, huge. Greed to feed us cards in the late game. Pestilence to sweep the board. Terror and Dark Ritual, just like good removal and speedy stuff. Mishra's Factory, Strip Mine, and then Drain Life, Hymn to Turok, and Sinkhole. Like, this deck is so much fun to play. And I see this, and it just makes me want to do this. And for those of you that don't know what old school is, old school is 93, 94, so it's only cards. It's like 900 cards, I think, that are legal. Let's see, Scryfall, format, old school. Yeah, 974 cards legal in the format. So it's only the cards, it's like 4, maybe like 6 sets, I can't remember. But anyways, Pestilence is in that set. Venom Thrope. Like as a control deck? I do actually have Venom Thrope on my list. And like, yeah, Simic Nightveil Predator, exactly. Yeah, that's the way I see it. I've seen some people doing Venom Thrope, you know, just like as a different Boggles deck, but I don't think that's it. I don't think we'd play anything that made the Venom Thrope bigger, probably. I have to dip on Venomthrope. I'm too polarized. Yeah. I think that you, by being in Simic, like, what are you gaining over Night Veil Predator? It's like 1 mana less. It's like the same card, but 1 mana less and 1 power and toughness less, which there's some equity in. But like Dimir, you're like losing really, really good removal in black for something else. Green doesn't, but blue does. Hermetic Study, Psionic Gift, and then you just have your classic, longbow type stuff. Yeah, you're in green for ramp, but why would you ramp? So I think the thought that I had with Venomthrope was just that you would play like a normal mid-range game. Yeah, you have bite spells. And actually, bite is pretty good when you're playing actually, yeah, now that I think about it, as long as you have Venomthrope out, your removal is just as good as it is in black because people can't interact with your Venomthrope. The only thing is it's a 2/2, so it dies to all the sweepers. So you'd have to have some way to like get it big enough that it wouldn't die to those things. Or something that regenerated it, like Broken Fall. Broken Fall would be pretty good. I wonder if I have a Venomthrope deck. No decks meet the search criteria. Well, it'd be a shame if we had to make it. Oh, a deck. Yeah, you do Buffett. You said a deck that I do want to look at, and almost purely because I just really want to play something from the 40K set. I'm those of you who don't know, I am like a huge 40K nerd. Show you all some of my work here. I'm not sure if it's going to be super clear. But this is, I play Blood Angels in 40K. Let's see if we can get that up here. And this was something I did when I was like 16. It's all custom molded and painted. I fucking love 40K. So I would love to get a good build of Sicarian Infiltrator. It's Simic good stuff, and the good stuff in this format is where I want to argue. Do you want mine and Ponebeard's list to look at? Yeah, post it in the chat so that everybody can see it. Definitely do that, Noyark. Not trying to get a one hit or anything, but like a 5/5. Yeah, I agree, Zach. I think that where we want to be with Venomthrope is like big enough that it's not dying, and occasionally we might swing in if the board is clear, but a lot of times Venomthrope is just like a removal engine, and we play creatures around it so that we don't die to edicts, and so that we don't die on the ground to combat, and then we just like beat people down with like owlbears and like maybe a voracious Typhon and like Entourage of Trest, Staunch Throne Guard stuff. Like not a fast game at all. And then we have like counter spells to not die to the combos, and we have bites. I wonder if we can look up bite. That's too bad. Like, can't we look up is there a code that you can use, a syntax guide for like, because you can do like something removal, right? Like you can look up I need the syntax guide. So we need, let's see, card types, card text. Oh, tagger tags. Function. So we can go function, bite. Oh! Oh! Hey! Okay. Let's go. Okay, because I know you can do this like this too, right? Like removal. Yeah. Wow. Okay, cool. So bite. So we would want this one here. Instant. Bite down. Band together might, that's 3 mana. Ambuscade, no. Aggressive instinct, maybe. Finishing move is going to be great in this deck because we definitely want stickers. Put a +1/+1 counter on it is also really good. Ram through, Spoils of the Hunt is not good. Puncture, Wolf Strike. So there's like a few. There's a few. But like, yeah, and then we need Psionic Gift. Yeah, Noyark, if you want to drop that link in chat for what you have in mind. Psionic Gift and Hermetic Study. Like, these are definitely important spells that we're going to want to resolve. So I think we will want to run some counter spells because there's not a huge number of them. Viridian Longbow. Okay. Hey, Zach. Thanks for coming, man. It was great having you here. Appreciate it. And I hope you have a good rest of your night. Peace, dude. I think we are going to probably wrap this up here pretty soon. I am getting tired and it's 10 o'clock. But I think we have a good start here. Oh, did you put it in? Oh, put it in the YouTube chat, Noyark. Blue is for Azure Fleet Admiral. Oh, I am. The link must be blocking by a filter. Oh, okay. Let's see if I can fix that. Restore chat. Oh. Oh. Well, I just deleted chat. No, I didn't. Oh, no, it's just back. Okay, cool. Just send the link on Discord. Okay, sweet. I'm a newbie to this streaming thing, so I thought I deleted chat there for a moment. Okay, so I need to set the parameters or something? Like allow people to post links? I'm not sure I know how to do that. Stream settings, allow links or something? No, I don't see anything that says that that's a thing. Hey Pod, thanks Jonathan. Really appreciate you sticking around. Thanks for coming to coming to hang out with us for so long. And yeah, we'll catch you next time. Thanks for joining. Okay, so got those there. We're gonna want Avenging Hunter. And we're gonna want Era Cochrane Sneak. So we want the initiative and all that. Then what else? What's the O sticker? We're gonna want the 5/4 that does sticker stuff because I think that there's probably some pretty powerful ticket sticker stuff to do here. Yeah, Stilt Strider, that's the one. And then we probably want Seagate, Oracle, and we'll probably want yeah. Yeah. And then we'll probably want a way to tutor for those things, so muddle the mixture. It's going to be a hashtag counterspell and hashtag tutors. Okay. And actually the pingers are all just like, they're all just removal as well. So what are some other cards that draw, like Citanul Wood Readers? But we don't need bad stuff like this. We've got like Behold the Multiverse. And we've got Ophidian Eye. And we've got there are other ones. There's Goggles of Night. There's Tandem Lookout. But then they can just kill the Tandem Lookout. A little Win Mori. All right. Well, you know what? To the last person that is here, thank you so much for sticking around. I think it's time for me to go to bed. It's been great. I'll catch you all next time. And to everyone who stayed all the way till the end of this video in the recording that comes, thank you so much for sticking around, and